you hide away.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday for a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Om.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is Amrita, and we are live with today's episode of Yoga and Meditation. Before we delve deep into it, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. You may hold any affirmation of your choice. Finding the peace within, joining your hands together, closing the eyes, taking a deep breath inside. Let's chant Om. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. As we bring new topics and we bring also new discussions. Today's episode is also one among them, where we have our experts, guests, viewers, as well as yoga enthusiasts with us who will be sharing their thoughts, diving upon and exploring what all is the requirement of yoga, what poses are right, what more research is yet to come, and how this Indian knowledge system of yoga and meditation have colored the world into a great peace and also embarking spiritual life in the presence of this nature. And that's why these episodes mark the presence of the culture as well as the wealth that Indian knowledge system holds in terms of a legacy of yoga. Yoga, which has been a fashion of today, and also one of those medicines from which people are finding out ways to cure themselves and come out of a lot of other diseases, disorders, stress, anxiety, mental health issues, and lot more, and also finding their ways towards spirituality and samadhi. And so, with me, I have today our guests from India as well as Croatia, Himanshu Mehta, global namaste to you, and Alexandra, global namaste to you. Alexandra, it's uh, also a delight because you also hold a lot of retreats. You yourself are is a wellness trainer, and you have an experience in this field of wellness since ages. And before we talk to Himanshuji, what have you to say about this today's episode? And then we take his views. Over to you, Alexandra.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste from Croatia to everyone. It's such a privilege to be part of this Healing Our Earth family. And Dr. Amrita is just like every time when you do the mantra, when you just say the introduction, it's just like bringing this state of mind, that peace that I have been searching for through yoga and other meditation things in my life. So thank you so much. It's like in such a short time, you just changed my mindset, from like organizing the lights and cables into like really why we are here, to find that balance, that harmony within ourselves. So this is what we try to do every Sunday afternoon. And thank you so much for all of you who are joining as guests, as audience on YouTube and social channels. It means a lot to us.
Thank you, Alexandra. It's always a wonderful energy that we give and a wonderful energy that we share as well. And who other than can we have to know about it and experience our special yoga guru from Mumbai, Himanshu Mehta. Global Namaste and a very good evening to you, Himanshu.
Global namaste to the entire family of Healing Our Earth. Yeah. Amrita ji,
So, Himanshu ji, what is your thoughts about today's episode and what have you lined up for us? Thank you.
Yeah, I worked on something special, which is unique and only possible through yoga. That's pelvic floor exercise, because I haven't come across any of the physical activity which focuses on pelvic floor exercise, and which is very essential, because pelvic floor, as we see, it's a group of muscles that play an essential role in everyday's function, like controlling the bladder, urination, bowels, and even supporting the sexual health. And it's only yoga because anything that combines breath and stretching is yoga, basically. So I'll be giving a demo of a couple of simple asanas, and whoever is there on the screen, visible, can switch on the video and join me. So let us understand this pelvic floor muscles, what are they? All right. The pelvic floor muscles, they hold the pelvic organs safely in place like a hammock supports the entire person's body laying on it. And yoga asanas is a simple, relaxing way to strengthen pelvic floor muscles. They reduce the symptoms of incontinence and improve your overall well-being. Anybody joining
Yeah,
me for the practice? So what
I think
happens
a
is,
lot more must be interested. Please go ahead.
so we generally find the high intensity interval training programs and cycling and jogging can cause leakage for those who have stress, urinary incontinence. That's the leakage of pee when engaging in physical activities. It can even show up in the symptoms while sneezing or exercising. So this exercise can also weaken all the pelvic floor muscles. And if we combine it with a yoga practice on a periodical basis, then it can work wonders. Which and a study by Stanford University, it says that women of age 45 and older found that yoga reduced the bladder leakage by 65%. So let me give a demo for strengthening the pelvic floor muscles. The first of the asana that I would like to demonstrate is a very simple and very relaxing. I can guarantee you that this asana will make you feel very heavenly, I would say.
That's amazing.
Relaxing. So Supta Baddha Konasana. Fair idea. And then, of course, another two asanas if we have enough time. Okay. So I'll just shift and I'll be using this posture first. And yeah, you can see me now. Not visible.
Yes, perfect. We can see you now.
And quite visible, right? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, good. So we also use the blocks and below. And we can use this yoga wheel also.
Perfect.
Yeah. So
So, can you
first,
tell our viewers what all instruments you're using? What are these things, and where can get all this, and are they important for everyone?
well, if you want to dive deeper into yoga and do perfect your postures, then these props are very useful, I would say. And we have a channel partner who is selling this. We are tied up with Iyengar Yoga, School of Yoga, basically. So this props was specialty of Iyengar Yoga. So now this too, they are bricks or blocks. Now this is made by Reebok, of course. The original blocks were wooden blocks. So this is a bolster. This helps a lot for many of the asanas. And the yoga will. Yeah. And the best part is the yoga belt, which can help for perfecting many of the postures. So I'll use this for Supta Padukvanasana. Padukvanasana, as we say, the butterfly, but I'm doing it for relaxing purpose. I'm opening up the pelvic floor muscles. So yeah, you can use a pillow to rest your head. You want to elevate the height. Slide down. Deep breathing. See the pelvic floor muscles are stretched out. And the breathing is deep right up to the pelvis. And then exhale again, exhale slowly and gently. Starting from the pelvis muscles and it's so relaxing and amazing.
Yes.
Your workout or sessions and one does this, there'll be no fatigue. Now, it's important to let your knees uh, remain to the floor, should not raise up. In case if you are not able to place your knees to the floor, then you can make use of the blocks, as I do. You can remain like this for as long as you want. I would say it's much better than thigh massage. You can also
Yeah, I
use
think
yoga.
Imanshuji, your
Yeah,
bandwidth is also a
on the
little
cutting, you're
low.
telling something. Uh-huh. Is it?
So you're replacing this with the ring
Yeah, the yoga
instead
wheel.
of the
So is
bolster.
yoga wheel. So, and the best part is I can take this right up to the neck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can rest my shoulder blades and the neck. And if I want to further stretch, I can use it and hold the edge of the wheel to optimize the stretch. Now the big advantage, I can just turn over with this help of this belt and lie down the other way around.
By your belly, like a frog.
Yeah, like frog.
It's a frog pose, Bhekasana, which is very beneficial, I think, because it is working on your
Kind
belly,
of
your
modify
inner
the
thigh muscles.
yeah,
Yes, get
exact.
stretched up.
Yeah.
And it's a pelvic hip opener. It is also very useful for people who sit on chair for a very long time, and
Exactly.
it stretches your inner thigh muscles.
Hmm. Yes. So the next one I'll show is a bridge pose.
Bridge pose,
Yep.
Setu Bandhasana.
Ketu Bandha. Exactly. So I'll show you using the bricks also, but otherwise, just lie down. Your feet are 90 degrees to the thigh,
Mm.
and keep the heels closer to the buttocks. Just raise your pelvis in the lower body. Let it rise up.
Yes. So feet hip distance apart, 90 degree, try to maintain, uh, engage your core, lift up from the core by engaging your core with your
Exactly.
lower part of the torso.
Yes, I now if I don't want to take weight on my hands and I want to relax, I can place a block.
Hmm. Okay. First, you have used the hand support to support the pelvis, and later on, it is replaced by a block to support your pelvis that can support you. And because it is working antagonistically to the normal muscles that we use while sitting, therefore, it gives a very good stretch to the iliopsoas muscle, to the transverse abdominis, rectus abdominis, as well as internal and external oblique muscles that form the 6 layers, along with the 4 layers of the abdomen. So it's stretching all of them, along with the quadriceps, which is in the front of your thigh.
Exactly. If you raise the height, you can use 2 blocks like this. But this is
Yes.
probably good enough.
Okay. So adjustment has to be made based on your flexibility of the muscles and how trained your back is.
Exactly.
But you have to be careful with your lower back in case of any disorders related to herniated disc, spine displacement in terms of spondylitis, arthritis, lower back issues. You must be careful before doing this asana. But if you are healthy, it is a very good asana for keeping your back healthy and also opening up your pelvis and the chakras, the root chakra, the sacral chakra. Wonderful. That's very nice. In fact, the Setu Bandhasana along with Supta Baddha Konasana, the butterfly, laying down is very calming. And that's very nice, Himanshuji. Any other thing that you want to tell our viewers and show?
Yeah. The
Yes.
third one I will show is demonstrate is a Malasana, garland pose.
Malan. Okay.
So first you go in Uttanasana. Okay.
From Uttanasana.
Yeah, so I'm just
Okay.
taking the side to make it more visible.
Yes.
And you sit down flat.
Squat pose.
Squat
Yes.
pose. Yeah. And
Mhm.
make sure that the outer edge of the elbow is pushing the inner thighs.
Thighs.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
you breathe in deeply. Now, of course, in my sessions, I do some variations also in Malasana, like walking in Malasana, many other variations. But this is excellent. And
Yes.
very, very important because nowadays you find knee problems, knee replacement going rampant, and people above 50, 60, they are facing trouble with the knees. So because they have given up, it used to be, I mean, maybe 30, 40 years back, hardly anybody had a knee problem or knee replacement because those days we were all used to the Indian toilets. And
Yes.
that has, yeah. So we have this, my property going for redevelopment. So first thing I told the developer is that we want one Indian toilet. And when I travel to China, I find most of the places they have, apart from the European toilet, the Indian toilet. And Chinese, I found that they don't have any problems with the knees as we have so many cases. In fact, my mother suffered a lot because of the knee problem. And yeah. So just sit, relax. And now then, when you find your pelvic muscles are strong enough and okay, then you can go for splits. Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful.
Or the Hanuman
Hanumanasana. Yes. But I would like to remind all our viewers, all those females who have uterine prolapse problem, or all those people who have rectal prolapse issues, or anal prolapse, that is what is called, must not try these asanas at all. But yes, for grounding, for holding, opening up your chakras, as well as helping you to stretch the adductors, the pelvic floor, as well as the psoas muscle in either way is really very beneficial. You'll find the difference how it comes in terms of feeling it. In fact, you reminded me, Imanshuji, of the days when whenever we used to make my students do this asana, most of the girls used to come crying. They say, I feel like crying. I don't know, there's no reason to cry, but still I want to cry. And then that's what is the connection of those subtle energies that we hold, and sometimes stretching these kind of asanas with the muscles that are involved, or the fascia that's involved with the connective tissue, helps in opening up those gears of holded traumas, which in fact are released, which is very healthy for an individual. So um, I think you have done a very great job by especially knowing all this and making people understand the pelvic floor workout is really good. Look at the smile Alexandra holds, and I think she was trying to do some of the asanas,
Oh, yeah.
which is good. And how did you feel, Alexandra, while trying to do Malasana? You were trying, right?
Yeah, thank you so
Squat
much.
pose.
That was amazing, Himanshu. That was really, really very, very good. To just like even just like with opening mantra and like with this couple of asanas, I just feel like now my body, not just my mind, also settled and a little bit more open and prepared for the afternoon of delight. And yeah, I'm still not that flexible like you to go to Hanumandasana and everything like, but you know, I'm working. If not in this lifetime,
Yeah.
next lifetime.
It will happen. Try and
Thank you
succeed.
so much.
Yeah.
We have with us our resident guru, yoga guru from Scotland as well, Sam. Global Namaste to you, Samji. And what is your take on pelvic floor workouts and hip openers, as you yourself are a yoga guru?
No.
Over to you.
All I can say is I'm too old for all those asanas. I used to do them before, but not now. Now I just watched him and kind of sweated. All my sweat came out of myself, you know. Lovely, well done, you know. Like, what can I say? Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, the squat pose is very important for all those people who have constipation, problems related to irritable bowel syndrome, problems related to indigestion, as well as having difficulties or sometimes Crohn's disease, chronic colitis. All these things can be cured with the proper diet, as well as working on these asanas. So they are the hub and treasure of your gateway towards health as well.
That's why we have trouble in India when you go to toilet. Obviously, at my age now, even you can't sit in the commode. If you sit down, you can't get up. You need somebody to lift you up, kind of idea. Now that's the problem, you know.
True.
Exactly. And that's why, in fact, now in other kind of toileting as well, people have to be reminded of how important it is to hold a good position, to sit, what is the proper position to poo, in fact. And I hold a lot of sessions on this, not only for youngsters and children, but for aged people as well. And because of all these things, people have a lot of health issues. But if we correct these small things in relation to that, and especially the knees are at stake. So virtually going to the toilet is an exercise, because sitting is one thing, but getting up is another crucial thing which people are hit hard on. And as the age advances, it becomes in fact a tough job, which is again, I think, like a subtle trauma to an individual, which cannot be shared by people in public, but then still they have a hard time thinking about those subtle things. What is your take upon that, Sam G? And then we take over the comment
What's
from
happening is
Himanshu. Yes.
with the new commode now, with the people sitting higher up, because you're just sitting with the floor, leg on the floor, your back passage is like a bend, like a YouTube. So it's very difficult to evacuate. So once you put a big stool, the new toilet's been designed now, it's proven medically. You put a big stool there, then you put your leg up. When you put the leg up, your passage goes straight out, then evacuation is much easier. But obviously, Indian toilet is the best when you press your calf muscle, which is connected to your stomach. So automatically you evacuate very quickly. But the problem is, certain
Exactly.
age group can't do it. So obviously, the best way to have a stool in front of your toilet seat, you know, with the commode kind of idea. So your legs are slightly higher up like this. So your evacuation happens automatically, kind of idea. So thank you very
Yes.
much.
But something
Yes.
funny but true. People going to English toilet, they carry their mobile with them and they sit for a longer duration, right? But if they sit in Indian toilet, I don't think they would carry mobile.
I remember in the old
Yeah.
Indian toilet, there was a big hole with the stuff. If you drop your mobile, then you won't get it back. That's it, finished. Lost your mobile. This was old time when I was in India, 1967, something like that. I remember,
Yeah, that's true. This is also one of the important parts of um, our works that yoga has to bring, because working on oneself and training your muscles is not just to stay fit, but in that way, aligning yourself with the best lifestyles you can adapt for a healthy life, I think. And in that thing, yogasanas, may it be hatha yoga or sun salutations, or may it be vinyasa flows or Iyengar yoga, different yogas have given their own way of understanding how lifestyle changes can be corrected by adapting these kind of asanas. I hope you both agree to that, whether we take up any style of asanas. Himanshu, your comment, and then we take up Samji.
Sorry, you asked me?
Yes. What is your take on the particular style when people talk about this is the style I follow and that style I follow? What is your take on that?
I would say it's more of a marketing than any style. It's only one yoga, that's Hatha yoga. And everything is just, it's all old wine in new bottle. Yeah. So,
Yes.
and everybody channelize different ways to present it. That's it. Because I've attended meant for a few years, Bikram, Iyengar yoga, and Shivanand yoga, and Patabi Joyce's Ashtanga yoga. All of them I've done for quite a few years. So yes, of course, it's end of the day, it's all Hatha yoga.
Sam, what is your comment for the kind of yoga? You come from Patanjali's side before we move to Rena. What is your take on that?
what I found is a lot of people go into yoga, they get up, start doing yoga right away. But at our age, like not ours, my age, you all are younger than me, much younger than me. At my age, there's a lot of blockage in the energy channel. It's all about prana. Prana needs to flow properly through all the nadis, all the meridian, and everywhere else. If you go into the yoga and you have a blockage, then you don't get the benefit of pranayama, what you're doing. So first thing I like to do always is to open up all the energy channel by different exercise. Just a simple exercise, like you clap like this. This is all the meridian channel going through the body. There, under the armpit, which is very important, lymph fluid, where the flow all the thing. Then your lung meridian, L1 point, which is very good to open up your lung. It gives you a thing, you tap there, across there, both sides. You do that 3 times to open up the channel. Then you do all the hand exercise. We use a lot of hand. That's what tend to have arthritis or all the different things. So you like, I'm going to throttle somebody, like Himanshu, I'm going to throttle you, so go like this, so prevention of arthritis, your finger, opening up the energy channel in your hand, and then making tight fist, then turning your hand around. All these are way of opening the energy channel first. And even doing the nitric oxide. Then doing the nitric oxide exercise, which also opens up all the channels.
Thank you. So just a quick reminder for all our viewers and all the people who are connected to us for this upcoming conference, the second international conference on mind, brain and consciousness at Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, India, which will be held from 4th to 7th of June with workshops as well as eminent people coming on the gateway of Indian Institute of Technology like Amish Tripathi, Deepak Chopra, and many more on different topics of yoga, meditation, music, Ayurveda, cognitive science, artificial intelligence, and a lot more. So if you're interested, you can submit your papers and be a part of the delegation for this conference. Thank you so much, Healing Our Earth, for supporting Indian Institute of Technology, and this conference. Thank you, Himanshu ji, for joining. And it's time from India to move to Israel with my favorite, Rena. A global namaste to you, Rena. Please stay around, Himanshu ji. And you are a resident yoga teacher. And as I see, you are in a very beautiful environment today, Rena. Where are you from now? From your retreat place. You're holding certain retreats, as I know. So, can you tell our viewers about that? And you have been practicing yoga, it's been a part of your life, it has changed a lot of things. You work with children, you work with elderly, despite wars, as well as tough times in personal as well as social life. You have made a great way towards your peace through yoga. So, what have you to share with us today? Over to you. Thank you.
Oh, namaste. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Healing Our Earth. This is my new home. This is my garden. Last week I planted green onion and cabbage and
Yes.
got here I can
The
show you.
bananas and the bananas.
The bananas are over the fence. They belong to the neighbor.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
What's more in the garden for the green gardens?
yeah, well, here is all my seeds. So those are sprouting carrots,
Yes,
bok
yes.
choy, and
Micropropagation of the
kohlrabi,
seeds.
and yeah, lots of things. And then I have some
Aloe vera. That's
aloe
aloe vera, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
aloe vera. I planted that.
that's
And
very beneficial.
yeah, I use it to make hair masks.
Oh, beautiful.
I have
And
a
what
sample
all
over there in
things?
the
I can
corner.
see a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and
Sorry?
then there's more over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of things. Thank God I worked really hard to be able to have this space. It's a huge blessing.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
Yeah.
In fact, Alexandra, you're also holding a retreat, and Rena, you're also holding a retreat. So it's a retreat time from both of your ends. And isn't it wonderful, Alexandra, to see such a lovely garden? May it be small or big, doesn't make a difference. But a piece of land with greenery may enrich you with a lot of nutrition and also your heart with happiness. What is your take before we talk more with Rena? Over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste. Hello, Rena. I think this is so beautiful to see the garden like this. It's just like what Sam said about the prana. I think the food that we take, the visual, if we sit in that garden, also it makes such a big difference on our own body and mind. And then also there's a ripple effect on everyone around us. So congratulations on your move and your garden. It looks really wonderful. May it all sprout with good life and positive energy.
Amen. Thank you.
Yes. And Alexandra, one day we can make a move to her garden as well as also her recipes and the hair masks that she uses, which is pretty natural. And I think at this time, everybody needs all that. So let's have more chit chat with Rena. So, Rena, what have you lined up for us today for this yoga episode? And how are you going to brush our minds with your tips on yoga? Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that today we're talking about the chakras. So I just wanted to share a little practical tool that I don't have a name for it. It's kind of a method that I made up myself, but I'm sure I'm not the first. But basically, for people who are listening who don't know, the chakras are a system of like energy wheels within the body, and they're kind of in the center of the body, but they connect to all parts of the body. So the method is basically that I have learned to, like, when I feel a feeling in a part of my body, the first thing that I think of is what chakra is this connected to? So for example, if I feel I have a chronic pain in my shoulder from an injury, and the shoulder is connected to the heart. So anytime I feel it flare up, I remind myself, okay, that's connected to my heart center. The first thing is to acknowledge it. The second thing is maybe I need to address the pain. And the third is, okay, how can I relieve this and shift it to a more positive vibration? Sometimes it's as simple as, oh, I just need to open up my shoulders a little bit and feel a little bit more open. Or sometimes what I've been doing now is I've committed to practicing Kundalini yoga for prosperity, which is focusing particularly on the heart chakra. But it's something also like when I was studying yoga, maybe you remember, Dr. Amrita, I had this horrible knee pain that kept coming up. And so I built a practice of remembering, okay, the knee is connected to my root chakra, so it's connected to some kind of grounding. And I just built a practice of recognizing every time that pain came up, remembering it's connecting to my roots, something about grounding. And what I picked up on over the years of having this practice is that anytime I was like growing into the next level of myself, the knee pain would flare up. And so I was able to then, like, I warm my hands and I put my hands on my knee and I just say, okay, I'm just leveling up a little bit and you can leave now, pain. I'm okay. I'm safe. I can do this. And so the tip for anybody who's listening is to be aware when there's physical symptoms that flare up in your body and to build a practice of being in a relationship with them, to understand what the feeling is, when does it come up, which chakra is it connected to, and can you kind of shift into accepting it and maybe even allowing it to pass on by and shift to something more positive. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes an absolute sense because, Rena, all these chakras are connected to your five elements. They are also those connections that are related with your nervous system and your nerve plexus and the sacral plexus itself has a deep connection with the femoral nerves and the arteries that go from the root to the base of your spine to the legs, and any triggers in relation to that has a big sense of that, and that's why grounding us and us in relation to the issues are always very helpful, and that makes an absolute sense to you. What is the next chakra you're going to talk about now?
Yeah, so another one that comes up often is the sacral plexus. Sometimes it's like between the solar plexus and the sacral plexus. And especially now living in Israel when we're at war, there's a lot of like themes that come up in me and in the people around me just of like feeling safe and feeling secure. And so I even feel it a little bit right now. And I just like acknowledge, okay, there's a little bit of pain there. There's a little bit of feeling unsafe. That's totally valid. It's totally okay. And I look around me and I'm safe. And I'm in this beautiful garden. And I say, okay, it's okay that you're there. I understand you're trying to protect me. We're safe. We're safe.
Hmm. So building up the mental recognition of safety in terms of gaining courage, I think these small traits of talking to yourself and building a confidence is also a subtle trait where you help with people of understanding psychologically that you're very well in place of where you are secured. And secondly, as this chakra relieves the, it holds a lot of anxiety, it holds a lot of fear and a lot of other things. So that anxiety among the minds of people can be elevated by working on this chakra. Do you recommend any particular asana for our viewers for this chakra as well?
Yeah, it's a good question. So first it does start with the psychological talking. Then there's, like I said before, rubbing the hands and placing the warm hands wherever it is. There are definitely specific asanas that I can recommend, but also just for the listeners, trust your intuition. And if there's a part of your body that is feeling like there's some tenseness and some tightness, just move it in a way that's intuitive, in a way that feels nice for you. Obviously, to offer some specifics, if we're talking about the root chakra, could be Tadasana, mountain pose, Vrikshasana, tree pose, Malasana, squat or garland pose. If we're talking about the solar plexus and the sacral plexus, Balasana, child's pose. Anything where we're lying on the belly, coming up to Bhujangasana, cobra pose, or locust pose, Shalabhasana, or even up into wheel pose. And then I mentioned the heart chakra also, Bhujangasana and Shalabhasana and wheel and Camel Ustrasana, those can also help with the heart center. And yeah, Ustrasana is a big one, and I hate Ustrasana, and that's how I know that I need to practice it.
Well, the camel pose is also one of the beautiful. I find it very beautiful because it opens up your chest, it opens up your heart, it opens up, and the lower back stuff, which is always constrained like this, it gets opened up. So before we move to that, Rena, what about the solar plexus, the next plexus, which is in our tummy, which is around the abdomen, and it holds a lot of things. What have you to say about that? The Manipura chakra.
Yeah, birds flying overhead. I don't
Oh,
know.
wow.
Yeah. I mean, kind of what I've already added, what I've already shared, doing Bhujangasana and but feel like the poses that I've already mentioned, Bhujangasana, Shalabhasana, but really bringing awareness into that part of the body, the solar plexus area, and really feeling the breath move in and out of that area when I'm in the pose. And even a Balasana, child's pose, just a pose that feels really safe. And again, feeling the breath in and out of that area. Anything that you want to add?
Yeah, that's perfect because it is holding up the part of your belly where the core is involved, and it is also related with Agni Tattva, the fire element. And also it is a holding ground of a lot of passion, a lot of energy in terms of working with the courage, as well as also in aligned with the determination, willpower, and a lot of other things. So working on your core, stretching it, engaging it also helps you to work on many things. And I think, Rena, for now, this kind of a focus on the chakras helps you in ingraining about yourself, where people have so full belly with fat and they are pot bellied. People hardly bother about it, but that's a big ground for a lot of health issues. You people don't realize when your posture gets turned up with the weight distribution, which is abnormal weight distribution on your belly, it changes the whole alignment of and the biokinetics of the body. And therefore working on this chakra will also help people to know and understand and be vigilant about what to eat, what not to eat, and how to have a good figure and posture, not to look beautiful only, but also to look fantastic and to have a beautiful soul within. And that's why this chakra, in alignment with the asanas, the core workouts, which people can do, is also beneficial. And then comes the sweetheart. So, what have you to say about the heart chakra, Rena? The sweethearts that we have.
Yeah, I also sometimes like to think about the heart chakra like my arms are like wings. So we need to have a strong base, and then the wings allow us to fly and be open and be of service and do the things in the world that we want to do. Sometimes even coming into a lunge, but really feeling the heart being opened in that position. Some of the poses that I already mentioned, Bhujangasana, Shalabhasana, but instead of bringing awareness into the solar plexus and the core, bringing that awareness into the heart. And sometimes it's helpful to imagine that there's like a chain or a cord pulling the heart, feeling it really pull open.
Yeah, and that's a chest opener, which is nice. Your birds and your wings reminded me. I was reading something today, and then it was a very beautiful thought. It said, "Have you ever realized that the birds that sit on the branches high up on the trees are never fearful about the branches being breaking up, and because they have a full faith in their wings." And if we have full faith in our wings of life, we can also fly very high. And that's what the heart chakra brings in us, that faith, that unconditioned love, which when we cultivate in our heart, and these asanas, which not only help us in facing the world with courage, with an open chest, but would also integrate in us the feeling of love, compassion, and a lot of other delighted feelings for ourselves and for others. I think that will make it more beautiful. What have you to say, Rena?
I really needed to hear that. Thank you for sharing that little anecdote about the bird. And it's very much where I'm at. I shared that I have an injury in my wing that I've been repairing, and
Hmm.
my commitment to doing this Kundalini yoga for prosperity every day, and some other healing that I'm doing with myself. There's a lot of work I'm doing in myself of having faith in the divine to be supporting me, to be caring for me, to be giving me all the things that I need. And I am going to carry that with me, the image of being
Yeah.
that bird on a high branch, and that I can just be trusting and have faith and have confidence that I'm held there.
True. And let's move to the throat chakra.
Yeah. So the throat chakra,
Shuddhi.
so interesting because oftentimes, especially at this time of year, students talk about lots of phlegm, people having colds, people having itchiness. Um, one of my favorite asanas for the throat is Matsyasana, fish pose. And I often use a block between the shoulders so that it's a supported pose and people can really lean into the restorative benefits of it. And we hold it for at least 6 breaths, oftentimes longer. And it just feels so nice to open up through the neck and the throat. But also pranayama exercises. I love lion's breath for the throat. Ujjayi is nice also, but lion's
Ujjayi
breath,
is nice.
yeah, Ujjayi
Yes.
is nice. But sometimes like especially for people who are used to feeling like a lot of sensation, Ujjayi is very subtle and lion's breath is just more obvious of a sensation that we feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the lion's breath is for all those people who hold a lot of emotions within themselves, and we come across a lot of people who carry a lot of things, but they are under expressive. They can't say those things, and then these kind of breathing workouts where you are roaring, where you are expressing your breath and your feelings can make you go wild in that way to feel better. And the other part is Ujjayi as well. Before we move to our third eye and Sahasrara, let's have a quick comment from our founder and director, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste, Neil Kumar. A
And a
very
global
warm welcome to you to today's episode.
and a global namaste to you and Rina in Israel and Alexandra in Croatia. We're going to have lots of chakra talks as well. We've got the a very famous chakra expert coming soon in 20 minutes time from India, Jitendra Patwari, who is very specialist into chakra. Sam is also going to dabble into chakras in Scotland. Rina, first of all, congratulations. You ventured out into a retreat venue. So it's
Yeah.
so beautiful, and we wish you all the best and all the success. It's so exciting what you ventured out into. And now that the war is settling and maybe things will slightly open up, what a wonderful place to have a retreat. And we want to know a bit more about it before we move on. And Alexandra, who you can see over here, over the next few years, she's concentrating on in-person retreats as well. So both of you need to be in touch and maybe exchange ideas and see what you can do. Amrita, please ensure that that takes place. But Rina, tell me, it's very exciting move. What made you make that move that you wanted a physical venue? Because you've learned so much about yoga, well-being, wellness. What motivated you to open up a venue and design a venue?
Well, it kind of just happened. I have known for a while that I am most grounded when my house is on the ground and when I have access to earth to put my feet in. And the apartment that I was living in before didn't have that. And it was just a time in my life that I needed to accept that that's what was. But I always kept in my heart that if I find an apartment in the same complex where I live that's in the price range that I feel is affordable, that has a garden, then I'll take it. And the price range that I had as affordable is significantly lower than what most of the apartments here cost. So it was a little bit of a really out there intention that I just kept in my heart, and I didn't do anything with it. And I re-signed to stay in the apartment I was living in. And then within a month after re-signing, I just sat down at my kitchen table one day and someone sent a WhatsApp message saying she had a garden apartment in the price range that I had said was affordable. And I came to see it, and it's where I am. And it was a price increase from where I was living before. So I just sat with myself and I thought, how am I going to do this? And the first thing that came to mind was, oh, I can start offering retreats. I have space for it. And just realizing that it's like, I mean, the part of the country that I live, like a lot of people come here for retreats and for vacations, and it's kind of a quiet little oasis. It's 1 kilometer from the sea. It's been relatively quiet here with the war compared to other parts of the country. And so I just thought, like, for me, it's an oasis and a safe space. And so it can be that for other people too.
Rina, this is just the beginning. I'm sure in time to come, you're going to move up. As it is, it's so nice. You are not very far from the sea, so you can walk up there as well. So together with the retreat, there can be rambling, there can be walks, there can be not just well-being, wellness, and yoga, the state of mind and fresh oxygen. Already it looks so good. You've got some greenery there, you've got birds tweeting. Alexandra, so Amrita is in Punjab or Himachal Pradesh sometimes, Alexandra in Croatia, you in Israel, me in London. There are others from different countries. Isn't it wonderful that together we can talk about this, because retreats are very much required nowadays. People have got more time and they need peace of mind. Alexandra, isn't it exciting what Rina has taken the step forward to do?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we all just first do a little experiment on ourselves. We are like mad scientists. We look for spaces, we do all the work, and then we just want to share what we have learned, those methods and techniques. And having the physical space is a wonderful idea, because then people can also just come and leave their a normal, ordinary life a little bit behind. Just like when we go into yoga studio, we leave the shoes out. And so it's really important, I think, for me, retreats were, crucial. Like every year I would book 1 or 2 retreats for myself. And that's why I also decided now to offer that, because it's just, you have that energy, you charge your batteries, and then you have something to look forward to when you book the next retreat. So that's really, really important, I think, to go somewhere where you can learn basic skills, and then you just practice that, integrate, and when you need a new refill, you go to another retreat.
It's so beautiful. And I think, Amrita, I think we need to do an episode where we can talk about well-being, wellness, and retreats. Because within our group, we have got so many people who are so lined up. We got Vasanti and Shrupa in Mombasa, and talking about retreats. So, Rina, thank you very much. Yeah, we want to know more about retreats a bit later. Let me bring another person who also has a retreat island. So I think we should all get together. Sam, how exciting. Rina has started her own retreat venue, and this is just the beginning, not only to teach, but she owns, and she also wants to share her personal growth with other people. Sam, you are in Scotland as well, and the island, which is very beautiful. So another country we have brought up here. Sam, do you think retreat is the way forward to bring peace and happiness in people's life?
That's right. Sometimes you have to go into different environment. What I find when people came to our island, in the Peace Island, when they came from the boat, came across, they all were gloomy. Their face were all droopy. They were sad. They were kind of stressed and everything else. But the thing is, when you set your foot on the island, you leave everything behind. Your mind becomes completely open, and you focus onto yourself rather than somebody else. And then there we do yoga class, do hill walking, meditation, everything. It's a bit of laughter, a bit of everything. Even walking backward for knee pain. It's like promoting health. And when they go away, they're each cuddling each other. They're happy. You can see the smile. You can see all the positive vibe, and try to give them. And they can't bring anything with them, so they only eat what we provide. So we give them all the healthy nutrition, food, and things like that, like sprouted beans, moong, all the different things. No, there's no shop in the island as well, so you can't eat, can't do any shop and do anything else at all. You're more focused in yourself. Learn to love yourself. That's what you learn there. So when they go away, they realize how important you yourself are. We know how to love others. We've forgotten to love yourself, and that's why yoga teaches you to connect with yourself through the mind, body, and soul.
So, Sam, that is a very good message that you have brought, and maybe it's the right time for you to bring love into people, not just love others, but love yourself. And let's tell Amrita, let's tell people a bit about Sam. Sam is a very good yoga guru. He doesn't just take yoga with asanas, he talks the chemistry and biology of yoga as well. He is one of the prolific care home expert as well, very famous, not just in Scotland, elsewhere. One of the senior person at the Patanjali as well, Sam. Sam is everything that people would want to be. So Sam, a global namaste, welcome. And for over the next 15 minutes or so, tell us more about you and what you plan to teach us today. And then we'll chit chat and go to Jitendra in India in about 20 minutes time. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Neil Bhai. Global namaste to everyone on healing our earth, including Neil Bhai. Such a kind word. Thank you very much. And thank you for Amrita as well. Remember, at our age, I try to simplify everything. In Western world, a lot of people going to involve with yoga without knowing the science of yoga. It's very important because when you go to local people, they want to know why, kyun hota hai, how does it happen. They won't just do it because I say so. So you have to have the background knowledge behind it as well. Remember, breath is very important. It's all about prana. Prana comes from three sources: food and water, what we eat and drink; nature, sitting in the park amongst the birds, the bees and mountain and the lakes and so on; and the breath. When you breathe in, even when baby is born like with the face, and when you breathe in, prana enters the body and baby starts crying. If it doesn't breathe, prana won't enter and baby dies. So really that's when the nurse pick him up, slap him in the bum to wake him up, to make him breathe, let's breathe. But once he does that, his body becomes alive and he starts crying. So breath is you have the body and the mind. Mind is connected to your body is connected to your mind. Through the breath, you control your mind and the body. And the prana is like a glue holding your soul to your body. When prana leaves, your soul leaves as well, and you die. Does that make sense? I'm trying to simplify as much as I can. So prana is like a glue which holds your soul to your body, so you're alive. Nothing moves, nothing in the universe moves without prana. Okay. The prana is in Sanskrit word translated into life force, vital energy. It flows all around. It stores at your solar plex, your navi. And without prana, in China they call it chi, or ki and chi, positive and negative energy. There are four more areas in the human body where the flow of prana is particularly intensive. Through the sole of each foot and the palm of the hand. Feet are closely related to earth element, represent the negative polarity, and hand connected to heart element, which is the negative polarity. And remember we talked about chakra, so we have to open all the energy channel through Ida and Pingla, right and left nostril. Right is the sun, left is the moon. Through the breath, when you breathe in and out, energy crosses over, goes to the base chakra, Muladhara, where it connects with Sushumna Nadi. And as the energy travels up the spine, through the Muladhara, Swadhisthana, solar plex, your heart, your throat, your third eye, your crown chakra, your third eye, and the crown chakra. Your body becomes healthier. Remember, as the other lady said, every chakra is connected to different part of the body as well. So it's very important. So really, I like to change the chakra through the sound, color, and the shape. See, if you make a sound of ha, ha itself activates your thyroid gland. If you say ra, ra, you activate your solar plex. And when you take prana, it's stored at the solar plex. But if you don't use it, it goes to your finger back into the universe. Prana never stays still. If you don't use it, you lose it. So you have to, and prana need to flow freely. That's why you don't have to have any blockage in your body. Body channel need to be, that's why we did the clapping, like clapping there, you're opening up all the channel there, there, under the armpit, and the heart. Then you do all the hand exercise, we do that, and do all the neck exercise. Remember, your biggest nerve goes from your crown chakra through the back of the ear, to the neck, to all of the organs to activate the parasympathetic nerve system, which is very important. So really, if you want to go through the chakras, very simple through pranayama. You close your eyes, all of you, if you want to take part in it, head up, your spine should be straight. And before we do that, it's very important for your posture need to be straight. Because if it's bent, the energy can't transmit it up the way. So really, posture plays a very important part. So before we do anything, make a finger like that, go all the way up, stretch high as you can, and do Kapal Bharati for 40 times. That itself will flick all the back spine and make the spine go straight itself. And gently come down. Now, first left hand over the right hand, and back should be straight as I said. Think of a rectangle shape in front of your eyes and color that with yellow color, the red color, and make a sound of la, la for 10 times and pulling your back passages up. That will activate the Muladhara. To build a healthy body, you have to have a strong base. Muladhara needs to be strong. So take a deep breath in. La, 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 la. Then you go into Swadhisthana, which is a half moon shape. Left hand over right hand, your thumb touching and creating a half moon shape. Close your eyes. Think of a dark night, half moon shining a silver lightning onto you, and make a sound of la, ya, ya, ya for 10 times. Ya, 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 ya. Next is your solar plex, which is triangulars, which control your digestive system. Your liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, and kidney, adrenal gland. So you interlock your finger, using your index finger and your thumb, create a triangle, and pull your stomach in, solar plex in, and focusing on solar plex, make a deep breath, make a triangle in shape in front of your eyes, and color that with red color, and make a sound of Ra, Ra for 10 times, and finish with Ram. Ra, 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 Ra. Then in your heart, any kind of health issue, palpitation, low blood pressure, high blood pressure, anything at all. Both hand in Gyan Mudra, left hand on your knee, right hand under your heart, and close your eyes. Think of a sky full of light gray color cloud and focus in your heart, make a sound of Ya, Ya for 10 times and finish with the arm. Ya, 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 Ya. Next is the thyroid gland. Interlock your finger, using your thumb, put around your throat, trying to choke yourself, Think of a dark night full of stars, shining like a Christmas light, all the different colors, red, green, blue, purple, and make a sound of ha ha for 10 times and finish with hum. Ha, 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 ha. Next is your third eye. Interlock your finger with index finger, rub the third eye for a few times. Then gently bring this to your heart. Physically you're not, but mentally you're still rubbing the third eye and focusing on third eye. Make a sound of Om for 3 times. Last but the least, the crown chak. Put your right hand over the head, rub over. Obviously, if you don't have hair, more benefit. And then interlock your finger, using your ring finger, open up, and put your tongue in Khichdi Mudra top. That will activate the master gland and make a sound of bumblebee for 3 times. And gently take your both hands up in the air, rub them together. Make a cup and cover your face with it. And gently come down and relax. So this is one way to activate. It's like body like your BMW car. Through yoga, you service your car, and through the chakra cleansing, you fine tuning your body to become healthier with very little effort and relaxes the whole body completely. And very important, winter is upon us just now. A lot of people get infection, throat infection, anything at all. So you do the nitric oxide exercise, which obviously I can do that in different sessions. If you have any question, thank you very much. And I can do the nitric oxide exercise as well if you want, no problem.
Yes, Sam, let's do a quick on that, please.
Okay. Nitric oxide is it's like COVID-19. When you do humming sound to your nasal passage, you produce 30% more nitric oxide in nasal passage. And that kills any kind of infection, bacterial or fungus, anything at all, any allergy going through nasal passage. All you do is put your arm to cover your eardrum and put your tongue against the teeth. The vibration is just there. And that vibration will produce 30% more nitric oxide. So any viral infection going through nasal passage, it will kill it or weaken it. And also, certain food you eat, don't use mouthwash. Mouthwash kills saliva, bacteria in certain saliva, all of it. So really, and try to, so saliva mixed with food produces nitrite, which goes mixes with oxygen to make nitric oxide in the body, which acts like a bubble, which opens up the, improves, reduces your blood pressure, prevention of plaque forming, gives you more stamina and everything else. Nitric is also reduce your blood pressure. It's one of the very important. It's actually like when you put a straw in the soapy water, you blow, bubble comes out and bursts. That's how nitric oxide behaves. In the hospital, they use that for mouth cancer. They use for CPOD, lung infection. They use for premature baby when they're born, the lungs not develop properly. Put nitric oxide mixed with oxygen. So when it bursts, lungs opens up and purpose. Even our age, we don't use lung properly. We only use 30% of lung. The rest is like idle. So you taking nitric oxide exercise will improve lung function as well. So it gives you more oxygenated blood. So when you do a saturation measurement for your blood in your body with the pulse oximeter, you find your oxygen level will be 95, 99, and so on as well, which is very important. And remember, cancer cell cannot even thrive in oxygenated environment. If you have oxygenated blood, automatically your health will improve and promote good health. It's all about health because at our age, bodies start to degenerate. So you have to slow down the aging process as well. Thank you, Nilbhai.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, very useful. Sam, in your experience, and because you are a care home expert as well, what do you think that yoga and meditation does to the people who are very senior? Can they just enjoy it without being very strenuous about it?
Because funnily enough, I go and do yoga classes in all the nursing home as well as a part of a therapy. One of the best things they do is laughter. Laughter is one of the best form of exercise to exercise all the organs, everything else. Also like clapping, just clap. They try to make use all the joints. If you don't use it, you lose it. You try to use all the different joints, even the knee things. You just lift the knee up, it goes up and down. And people, a lot of people have knee pain as well, and kind of twisting and turning. Do simple exercise. And also some of them don't do it. For them, it's entertainment. That itself healing process. So it's like everything else. It's like a bit son. So and they thoroughly enjoy, and they'll come and give me a hug. They'll kiss me in the cheek as well. You can't buy that. You have to earn it. You have to. They feel you're there for them. For them it's like they only got short time to live. Whatever time they left, so make them kind of look forward to enjoy the life. If they like certain food, even they have diabetes, give them sugar. There's nothing wrong with them. Make them let me last day of the life, make them happy.
And Sam,
What will make them happy?
you are in Scotland. Has the Scottish Health Authority accepted that yoga and meditation can be useful?
Yeah, remember, I'm authorized to go to all the schools as well. They send me, but that took me 1 year of fighting initially. Even when I went to school first time, then the church people came out saying you're teaching religion and all that. They used to look at all my syllabus, what I'm teaching. Rather than home, I used to say just sit down and chant like a bumblebee. So you have to package the thing to suit what client group you're dealing with. When I teach on nursery as well, then become like a nursery children. You have to become like them. When I teach a nursing home, I'm an old person, so I've tried to become more older. So I act like them. So you become they don't feel out of place. You become like them. That's what life is about.
Well, Sam, you say you're old, but you're young at heart. Let's ask that to our resident panelist, Dr. Anjali Agarwal, who is in Hyderabad. She is a women well-being wellness and a medical doctor as well, and a very senior physiotherapist as well. Anjali, yoga and meditation and physiotherapy, how do you find the combination?
Global Namaste, all of you, Amrita ji, Dil Kumar ji, Sam, and everybody in the Lata ji, Nishi
Global
ji,
Namaste.
and good evening. It's a very beautiful combination. I think it serves almost all the purposes. So we have to look at preventive goals of managing, the overall well-being, the mental well-being, the emotional well-being, and the postural well-being, because your postures are maintained with yoga asanas every day. If you're doing them, your breathing, your lung volume increases with all the exercises which Sam has shown. And the parasympathetic mode, we are in a very stressful environment these days. Continuously we are trying to get you know involved into more jobs, and that stressful environment gets us into a sympathetic mode where we are always fighting and flighting kind of mode. So what Sam has demonstrated, this parasympathetic breathing, I think if everybody incorporates it, a lot of lung infections can go down, a lot of pneumonia infection which happen in the winter can go down. Old age can be, very, very easy for people who are very frail. And if they maintain these exercises, along with physio maintenance care, all this together can play a combination of therapies. And I think they should introduce it in all hospitals across the world, because prevention is the goal. And I think what Sam has demonstrated is beautiful, Sam. Thank you, Samji. It was lovely seeing what you did today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjali. And Sam, it's not over yet, because now we're going to travel to India. And Sam, you will love this as well. And Anjali, you will like this. Amrita, you will like this. Keep some questions ready. Let's go to a very nice personality, Sam, to India at the moment, to Jitendra Patwari. He has been many times on Healing Our Earth. And through the lenses of the science and the wings of spirituality, that combination he has created and brought Chakra Samhita. He is not just a philanthropist. In his professional career, he has been very senior in the banking world as well. But the community outreaches that he creates for the society and the community, and it's not just in India, he does sessions in different parts of the world. So it's so wonderful to welcome him. First of all, let's welcome a global namaste, Jitendra Patwari. Just unmute yourself, please. And welcome. If you just unmute yourself. Okay, let me help you. I'm just prompting you. Look at this button, just unmute. If you can hear me, please kindly unmute yourself. Yes, he's unmute now.
Okay, global namaste, everybody.
Global namaste,
Global
Jitendra
namaste.
Patwari. And today, yoga meditation also includes chakra. You saw.
Yeah, I'm saying that for the last 1 hour I'm saying. Chakras have already taken up.
No, we still want more chakra because we want your opinion of chakra as well.
Yeah, Amrita also spoke
Yeah.
about that.
No,
Yeah,
no,
everybody is
that is
talking
just
about
one
chakra.
aspect. We need to hear more about it. There's so much to talk about it, and
Yeah,
yes,
that's a vast subject.
We want to know chakra, your style as well, because today at
yes.
different times, different people are coming. We really want to enjoy that. So over the next 20 minutes, it's all yours, and then we'll question and chit chat with you. So take it away. It's all yours now.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say personal experience, how I came into this field, because that will give the correct picture. In 1998, I had a herpes zoster infection, and that turned out to be Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. That means seventh nerve was entirely damaged. So, in simple terms, my left part of the face was paralyzed in such a way that all the doctors from India, topmost doctors, one of the top neurosurgeons, Dr. Sani from UK, they all said you will never recover. I did various kinds of therapies, everything rather. And in the process, I became a Reiki grandmaster. So that was the first introduction to chakra and kundalini. And then it has been a journey of this 25, 26 years. So all those things are mentioned in Chakra Samhita, healing modalities. Very nicely, yoga is being mentioned as one of the therapies to heal balance the chakras. I would like to start with certain myths, probably. Many people believe that chakras are only a spiritual concept. Actually, from birth to death, everything is covered in 7 chakras. Actually, from the date of conception itself. So, no part of life, whether body, mind, or soul, health, personality, relationship, whatever you think of it, that is in 7 chakras. So that is the first thing that needs to be cleared. It's not only the spiritual concept. Second myth, second misunderstanding probably is most of the people are asking which of my chakra is blocked. Chakra can be overactive or underactive. So chakra imbalance, that is the correct word. Because chakra can be overactive, can be underactive. Say someone's throat chakra is underactive. Then as rightly it was mentioned here, the person will be shy and will not be able to express, etc. But there will be many people who will go on speaking and speaking and speaking and will be speaking in such a way that they won't understand whether they're insulting someone or not. They'll be overconfident. That shows when confident is there, it is overactive solar plexus. When they're talking too much, it is overactive throat chakra. So that part is another thing. Now, what things can be done to balance the chakras? I would like to mention in simple words, whatever I've covered in Chakra Samhita rather. First of all, mantra is, Mr. Sam said, very easily we can remember that. Lover word, everybody will remember the word lover, isn't it? So, lam, vam, ram. The following three, I mean, the root chakra, then sacral, and then solar. Lavara. Lam, vam, ram. Those three. Upper two will be very easy to remember. Om, om. Om, om. So, the only two remain, heart and throat. Let us take heart ka ha, that let us take to throat. So throat is and heart chakra is yam. Let's remember yam devata, and that's yam. Yam lam vam ram yam om. The easiest part to balance the 7 chakras. Secondly, color therapy is the easiest part because we have not to take a therapy, we have just to change the lifestyle. Suppose I need red color more, then everything I can change around me in red color. I can use red stationery. If a lady is there, then and if she's using the kitchen, then all the bottles can be placed in red color. Or at the and apart from all those things, furniture and tapestry, etc., 7 colored bottles can be kept in sunlight, and that water can be used after some time. Red color is very hot, so red is only to be used for massage. It cannot be used for drinking. So color therapy is already used there. Then food. For every chakra, there is a special kind of set of food. If you use that food, it will be very nice and we will be able to balance the chakras. Third part is yogasan, which we have been discussing for the last 1 hour. Various yogasanas for various chakras are there. Neil Kumar very rightly pointed out, if somebody is very old and is not in a position to do yogasana, then what to do? Okay, then there are mudras. There are mudras which anybody can do. So mudras can be done. Then crystals. For every chakra, there are different crystals. Generally, 2-3 crystals are in vogue. But actually, there are hundreds of crystals. And for every chakra, in the book also, I have mentioned 10 crystals, almost 10 crystals for every chakra. So those crystals can be used. Crystals can be used in ornaments also. Ladies will be very happy to find that. So they can be used in ornaments also, in chains, in pendants, in various ways. So they can be used. Then very simple thing, all these things can be clubbed together. One can easily club together. Aromatherapy. There are various kinds of aromas, and simply put a diffuser in the night, just half an hour before sleep, or anytime whenever we like, it's fine. And we can use aromatherapy. Then most people will enjoy it, music therapy. So in the book, I have mentioned 5 kinds of musical therapy. One is sound therapy, I mean. One is classical rag. Every chakra is connected to a rag. Now, if somebody thinks that classical is not my cup of tea, we have not to go for very classical things. There are so many classical movie songs. Suppose there is a very famous song, Janak Janak Tori Baje Paeliya. So that is in Rag Darbari. So it's directly affecting the crown chakra. Similarly, Jo Ada Kiya Ho, Nibana Padega. So that's in Yaman. So that is affecting the sacral chakra. So we can use that musical therapy. Then many of you may be aware of binaural beats. It's a recent innovation. We cannot call it a music, but that's a kind of a sound. We have to use the headphone for that. And one ear maybe say listening to 100 hertz, another may be listening to 140. Then the brain translates it as 40 hertz and immediately takes that to that particular level. So one who has difficulty in going in meditation can easily use binaural beats. So then solfeggio frequency. In the 11th or 12th century, this solfeggio frequency is very, very much prevalent. They were popularized by Pope Gregory, and they were known as Gregorian chant also. Then eventually, everybody lost track of solfeggio frequencies. But for the last 40, 50 years, somebody has once again come up with all those things. Everything has been reinvented. And so there are total 9 solfeggio frequencies. We can use that. Himalayan bowls, we can use that too. And recordings are available. I have placed the links also. Subliminal messages. Somebody may, I mean, this is a lesser known thing, I believe. Subliminal messages, whatever subconscious mind power we know. Everything we hear from friends, relatives, parents, right from the childhood, they shape up our subconscious mind. 90%, more than 90% of the things come from that. And our conscious mind then takes decisions accordingly. So to change those things which we have already subliminally got in our mindset, to remove them, there is subliminal recording. For every chakra, it's available. So that is also mentioned there. So that we can do that. Now, neuro-linguistic programming has already come up. So affirmations. For every chakra, there are different kinds of affirmations that we can use. Visualizations. There are different visualizations for every chakra. We can do that. Then every chakra is related to some element. Root chakra with the earth element, then with water element, sacral chakra, solar with fire element, then this air element, and this sky, the five basic elements. So those elements can be cured in different ways, can be taken care of in very simple ways. So we have to learn that too. Meditation is always there. It is the ultimate, no doubt about that. But meditation, somebody, I mean, it's a common argument. I cannot go deep into meditation and all those things. So that is also there. And apart from all those things, there are so many psychological things. Certain thought pattern. That thought pattern is polluting all the chakras, different chakras. So, I mean, I cannot talk in this 20 minutes in this part, but in the book I have mentioned in detail which thought pattern can change, can affect our chakra, how to change it, etc. One myth I forgot once again. The most common question, the which chakra is blocked, the another chakra is, my which chakra is affected. See, according to at least my modest opinion, I firmly believe that uh, every one chakra is affected means every chakra is affected. The only thing, the degrees will be different. It is something like putting a mango in a box and the mango is rotten. Then ultimately the box will be rotten. Now all these 7 chakras are somewhere connected. Some chakras have a direct connection. Sacral chakra and throat chakra. They have a direct connection. If sacral is a problem, then ultimately throat has to come. Root chakra and crown is a direct connection. These are the direct connections. Apart from that, the nearby 2 chakras. Suppose sacral chakra is an issue, then root chakra and solar, they will definitely be affected. So that is the process. So we have not to worry that my one particular chakra is not okay or not. I think everyone's chakras are in different ways imbalanced. So we have to try to go towards more and more balancing. That's all about it. We have not to worry my so and so chakra is like that or that or and there are certain exercises, small exercises. So many other things are there, but there are small exercises also, which can, in 1 minute, suppose 1 minute per chakra, that can affect everything. That can particularly balance the particular chakra. Then there are certain exercises. There is a 1 minute exercise, suppose Jinji Duli. That's a Chinese exercise. And that simple exercise, doing only we have to spend 1 minute per day, it affects at least 5 chakras. And if at that point of time, I'm just showing to you, and if at that point of time we keep the tongue out, then it affects the throat chakra also. So I'll just try to show you. I think I can't say.
Sorry, what are you trying to do?
I was trying to say this. Actually, I told to
Well,
Riddhi, I told that
you are a co-host. So look at the bottom. There is a green button
okay.
with an arrow.
Yeah. I'll come to that. I think it's not coming to me. Anyway, let me explain to you. It's very simple. We'll do also. We have to stand with one leg for 15 seconds. Then with another leg for 15 seconds. But it should be L shape. When we stand up with one leg, it should be L shaped. So let us try that. Okay. And then at that point of time, you have to keep the eyes closed. I'm repeating, eyes should remain closed. We have to stand up with one leg. The leg should not go behind. The leg should not go forward. It should be like L shape. Okay. So then what will happen? The pressure will come on the sacral chakra or somewhere. Right? Let's try to do that. It is not as easy as it looks. If you can do for 15 minutes, 15 seconds only, for one leg and from the another leg, it will be giving great impact. While keeping the eyes closed, try to see which chakras are getting affected. You will directly feel the difference. No, your leg is on the back. I'm saying L-shaped leg. L-shaped. Can you see me? L. You see L. No.
You need to show it.
Yeah, I'm saying this way.
So in front of you, Sam. That's it. Yes, Sam. Yes.
L shape. Keep the eyes closed and no support. Keep the eyes closed and no support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Well, this is more than 30 seconds, but Sam, you did very well, man. For 15 seconds, you passed it.
It was 15 seconds only. I'm habituated to count. Anyway, now another leg. Another leg. Eyes closed, please. Eyes closed, L shape. These are the compulsory items.
Sam, if it's not safe, don't do it. But just
No, if you have a fracture or something, then don't do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, we are not giving more time on that because we have limited time. So
Jitendra, let's ask Sam. Sam, how did you feel?
I was losing my balance slightly because I've damaged my knee. Right knee has always been damaged for the last 20 years.
Yes. So we should, for those people who are listening to us on Facebook and YouTube, please make sure that it's safe for you to do. Otherwise, just listen and do it safe. It's okay to take a bit of support and slowly in your practice, leave the support. And then you will be able to practice over the days and you will feel good about it. Isn't it right, Jitendra?
Yeah. And the experiences are, suppose somebody did for 1 month, I had shown in a program and somebody did for 1 month. And afterwards, she wrote to me, she's 60 years or so. She told me that, first of all, the constipation, it got removed. Secondly, whenever she was going near the freeze, she was forgetting for what she has gone there. Now she's going to the market and yet remembers everything. Then thirdly, she said, whoever says anything to her, she was getting annoyed very fast. Now she's quite calm, only in 1 month of practice. But the thing is, every day we have to do. That's compulsory. Right. This was about 5 chakras. Why? Because lower 2 chakras automatically came there. When we made a L shape, then the pressure came here. So those things were affected. up to solar plexus. Then when the eyes got closed, without eyes closed, it was possible. With eyes got closed, neurons got affected. So the upper two chakras. And if at that moment, if someone can keep the tongue out like this, then throat chakra will be affected. So all six chakras, at least six chakra will be affected. That is my experience. It's called Jinji Duli, right? It's a Chinese exercise, Jinji Duli.
Jitanji, can you not take some support at all?
Then it is something like you are not doing the yogasana in the right way.
Okay, just because
I can
obviously
say.
at our age, sometimes some people
But
can
obviously, we have to do according to our capacity.
Yes.
We have to start with open eyes. Then once we get somewhat, balanced internally, this shows the internal balance. And the biggest part is aging gets slow. With this exercise, aging gets slow. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, many people say that we don't know whether the energy exists or not. We never experience energy. So let us do a small exercise and let us feel that energy is all around. Many of us may be knowing it, but many of the listeners on YouTube or Facebook, they may not be knowing. So let's do that small exercise, because all these things we'll have a confidence only when we know that there is energy, something like energy exists. Though it's very scientifically, it is known that everything is energy, and we always emit electromagnetic waves, and the aura is there, photographs are there, all these things are there, but many may not be aware. So let's do that. So let's keep the hands this way. They should not touch, right? Just first see me, and then you can do it, right? Then with my speed, you have to, when I say that spread your hands, you have to spread hands like this with closed eyes. When I say bring them closer, then you have to bring them closer. It should not be done speedily. Okay. So keep the hands like this. Close the eyes, please. And now slowly, slowly set them apart. Take them farther to each other, opposite to each other. Slowly come back. Let them not touch. Just come back very slowly. Take them apart once again. No speed, please. Again, slowly let them come back. Some may be feeling the magnetic pull between the hands, some tingling, something like that. Let them go. Once again, let them get separated. Let them come back. Now, let us assume that the right hand is left pole, is north pole, and the left hand is also north pole. Because both are same poles, they are going farther from each other. There's a distraction. Both are north poles, and so hands are getting separated. They are trying to go farther from each other. They are trying to go farther from each other. More distance. Let it automatically happen. Don't do by my words. Whatever is automatically happening, let it happen. Your hands are getting wider, 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 Now the left hand is North Pole, right hand is South Pole. So they are attracting each other, and the hands have started coming near to each other. Both are opposite poles. Opposite poles attract each other, and both the palms have started attracting each other. They are coming nearer, 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 yet nearer, yet nearer, yet nearer, yet nearer, almost touching each other, and yet pressing, yet pressing, yet pressing, yet pressing. Could anyone feel the energy?
So, Riddhi, you felt the energy.
I felt a tingling sensation in my hands. As I was actually expanding, I could feel the expansion. As I was bringing them closer, I could feel a contraction. But it's the energy and the heat sensations and the tingling within the hands.
Exactly.
And
So,
Lalta felt it as well, so it's good.
mhm.
And if
So
you didn't do it, pay attention to it, focus in it. If you don't focus and your mind is wavering and thinking something else, it doesn't work because you're not putting your energy drawing into it.
yeah. So
And
the
Okay.
it's
energy is
a
always
really
around.
great way to be able to activate all of the chakras at the same time. I could actually feel each of the energy centers lighting up. And is that a common practice that people tend to feel when they're expanding and contracting?
Yeah. The
Right.
more the sensitivity increases, we'll understand more. Yeah, definitely. All around, then the time will come, even wherever we go, we'll find the vibrations, we'll know the vibrations. Of, of course, after some time, but we feel that. That's very common. So, but first of all, let us be clear about that there is an energy all around us. The only thing is we are engrossed in some other thing, and that's why we are not able to find out sometimes. Now, let's go through a quick uh, chakra understanding, aura scanning. And I mean, the time is though very limited, we'll try to do it. Okay. Uh, please close the eyes. Please close the eyes. Just check from which nostril the energy is coming, because generally one nostril is functional at a time. Only when we are in meditative state, both the nostrils breathe together. Just concentrate on that. We are scanning the body. Let us visualize that some energy is falling on the ground, on the head, some tingling there. When we are scanning it, try to find out which part of the body, which chakra is giving some signals. We're coming down. It's on the forehead now. Spreading on the forehead and eyes, ears, nose, inside mouth, jaws getting relaxed, throat, shoulders, back of head, nape, that's back of neck, underarms, hands, palms, between shoulders and chest, below that. Let the energy go down, belly, ribs, upper back, mid back, between the pelvic area, sacral chakra area, upper pelvic area, lower pelvic area, root chakra where both the legs combine, very perineum, lower back, hips, thighs, front and back, knees, back of knees, feet and calves, still going down, and the legs, see the legs entering into the floor itself, spreading wide like a banyan tree. And making the body stronger, like the roots of the tree going downside. First was the cleaning energy, now is the healing energy coming from the ground with the same root up to the knees, thighs, perineum, pelvic area, hips, navel, waist and ribs, chest, hands, palms, lower and middle back, above chest, below throat, thoracic region, throat, ears, nose, entire face glowing, forehead. See the movement in the forehead, in the middle and the third eye, crown, slowly, very slowly open the eyes without any jerk. Wherever there is some imbalance in the chakra, and if you have noticed, then there might have been some different kind of sensation. So if we do that, then we can concentrate which chakra we should try to heal first. As such, the entire process is together. It's not like that we can. The only thing is, if we concentrate on one particular chakra, the more of healing will be coming there. But ultimately, it's an overall combined picture. And secondly, one very easy thing. I think everybody will be at home, I believe. If you can bring a water bottle, can you bring a water bottle, please? Anybody who is listening? We can do something which will help us, which is a habit, which will help us forever. See, body contains 70% water, everybody knows, right? And very well known scientific experiments are there. Dr. Masaru Emoto, many of you may be knowing. I was in contact with him since 2003, who is no more now. He left the body in 2014. That in Chakra Samhita, actually, a full chapter has been written on this. Water carries the impression of everything. If you say get out, then the water creates different kind of crystals. If you say I love you, then the water creates different kind of crystals. If the water is placed it up in a city where a lot of fights are there, or say in Kurukshetra, the vibes are different. If you place the water, same, that type of bottle itself, near a prayer house or in ashram, then the vibes are different. And that can be, I mean, the process is the water is being taken to -7 or something, and then ultimately crystals are being made, and from that we can understand. So, it's simple thing if we embody in our life every day, just to pray before the water, just to so water will be healed. Ultimately, the healing power will be increasing. Just to keep the hands like this on the water and to give the thoughts. Ultimately, it will not be even conscious. Automatically, it will happen. That's all is getting well in my life with this water. Then all the chakras, etc., will be automatically taken care of. So let us try to, all our yoga and meditation people, let us try to do it right now. I'm standing up.
Jitendra,
Yeah.
we now need to move on. It's nearly.
It will take 1 minute.
Okay, for 1 minute, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's 1 minute. Okay.
Go ahead,
Just
please.
stand up, please. It's not more than 1 minute. Because my hands will go automatically up and it will automatically come down within 30-40 seconds. So that time it will stop. Till that time, just keep the eyes closed and keep the hands on the water bottle like this and feel what is happening. Okay.
It seems he's frozen. Oh, yes, he said, Jitendra, yeah, you're off the screen, but yes, we could not see your hand, but you were there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's it.
Thank you. Wonderful session, lot of information there. Maybe in the next episode, we can break
just
down.
wanted to know. Anybody felt the vibrations in hands, etc.? Anybody could feel the vibrations, etc., in the hands?
Yes, Katrina is saying yes.
Okay, fine.
So
that's
maybe
all. Thank you so much, Nilkumar, for
thank
talking
you.
to
We
so
will
many nice
expand.
people, wonderful people.
We will expand more on it in next session.
Yeah, it's a vast subject after all.
Yes, it's a big subject. We've got so many people who want to be on board, so we'll do
Yeah,
that.
sure.
And the next, there's a bit of announcement just over the 1 minute. Keith will say what's happening on 23rd. And it's an episode that he's producing. And that will be of an interest to you as well, Jitendra. A global namaste to you, Keith Sharp, and tell us about what's happening on 23rd of February.
Good global namaste to everybody. The 23rd of February, screen sharing, okay, is, I'm pleased to say that the wonderful relationship I have with Healing Our Earth, they're providing me with 4 hours, which are going to be devoted to the strapline Harmony of Ancient Health Cultures. And Jitendra is just actually mentioned activities which we've with Tai Chi and Qigong share, in as much as that where we have in India the chakras and prana, from the Chinese we have Qi and Dantians, and the only difference is there's 7 chakras and 3 Dantians. So in the work that we've been doing with Healing Our Earth from a Tai Chi and Qigong background, I think I'm riding down a river on a raft, and every bend shows something different. And we now have reached a stage where Tai Chi, Qigong, prana, yoga, mindfulness, hypnotherapy, all kinds of mind and body activities need to be shared worldwide. And the idea between the 23rd of February is that from a Tai Chi perspective, we will have a number of speakers from Bali in the east to California in the west. And I should be raising the final program in the next few days. And I would love everybody to be a part of this, to share it, because between the speakers and what we have here on a Sunday afternoon is incredible, absolutely incredible. And I would thank everybody on Healing Earth who has the patience to listen to this old man in terms of what we're expecting. Jitendra, in classes that I used to run, we did the exercise.
Yeah.
All right. And in one team, I had a lady who did this, and she was practicing her own Reiki. And she came to me and said, I can no longer participate in your classes, Keith, because the energy between us is so great
Yeah,
that
definitely.
it is overpowering. But then I met her in other classes. So much to share, not separate, but cohesion. And so I'm looking forward to hosting with our good friend Amrita on the 23rd, and the control of Neil to make sure I keep somewhere in line with the timetable. And it will be published,
Yes.
I'm sure it will be published through the Healing Our Earth program, and it's going worldwide. And yes, I've just had a very, very informative meeting with Michael Fuchs from Connecticut in the US. He is going to provide an overview of the 4 hours. So he's getting up early, listening to the 4 hours, and giving an independent overview, as opposed to one that I would be biased in giving. So I thank you again on behalf of the Tai Chi and Qigong community for allowing me to have this opportunity. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank
It's going to be
you.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Last time when we did a session, we reached more than 38 countries. 4 of them which healing never had that. So Keith, well done. Stay around. Amrita, make sure that Jitendra and Keith are also in touch, because healing our plus growing our group. Jitendra, I'll send you Keith's contact
Yes.
number as well. And if you're free on 23rd, be a panelist, so you can always bring a point or two.
It will be a pleasure. It will be a pleasure.
And
Thank you.
Kate, Jitendra is quite senior there in this kind of charity work and chakra and yoga and meditation. So he will bring a lot of value, and he also involves science and spirituality in it. So it's beautiful there, and so wonderful time. So thank you, Kate, for being here, and see you on 23rd as usual.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was Keith
Thank you,
Shah,
Keith.
our producer for Tai Chi and Qigong episodes, and communicates with those people. Jitendra, thank you very much. Stay around. We are still visiting many countries. Let's go to Croatia,
I'm here.
where Alexandra is, and she's going to invite Katerina in Czechia over there. So Alexandra, take it away before later we go with Ridi and Sam and other people. Over to you, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Global Namaste. Thank you, Jitendra. That was wonderful. And I would like to introduce our next panelist, the guest, Katerina from Czech Republic. She's a psychotherapist, but she's no stranger to yoga, meditation, and things like that. She organizes her own silent retreats. So I would like her maybe to present herself first, just to maybe say how it was for her to be in Healing Our Earth this afternoon, and then we can go from there.
Namaste to everyone. And
Namaste.
thank you, Alexandra, once more that you have invited me.
Welcome, Katerina. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. It's your family now as well. And
Thank you.
over the next 10 minutes, it's all yours before we move on to Sam and other people. Over to you, Katerina. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very glad that I was invited by Alexandra to introduce you to our silent retreat. But when I was listening to you whole afternoon, I felt a little bit nervous, because I know that I am among very great people and very great, very experienced professionals as for yoga, Tai Chi, mindfulness, and so on. But maybe that I can share something interesting for you. I have experiences with yoga just as a participant of some courses and classes from 90s, so maybe more than 30 years, but I'm not a teacher of yoga, but I'm psychotherapist and I have some experiences as a in Tibetan Buddhism, with meditation in Tibetan Buddhism. And I had a friend who had experience with Christian contemplation. And we get our experiences together, and we were very happy to see or to realize that this deep experience with silence and with meditation practice is very same in different traditions. And so we have started maybe 10 years ago with organizing silent retreats in Czech Republic, very openly to people, and it's not important what religion they have or what practice with meditation or mindfulness or yoga they have. And we put together this meditation practice and staying in the nature in silence. And we have realized that it's very powerful shape of retreat. I don't know how to say it. So first I would like to offer you a little experience. If you want, you can close your eyes and just imagine a beautiful place in nature, what you love. It can be your favorite place, it can be just imagination of beautiful place in nature, which is completely clean, calm, and safe for you. Imagine that you are in the center, very nice landscape. You are surrounded by green trees, fresh grass, flavors. There can be some water in the river or in the lake. You can hear sounds of leaves of trees and singing birds. You can see clear blue sky above you. And behind these gentle sounds, you can hear deep silence. And you can just be with it. You can let the silence go inside you, pull you. And you can stop. Just stay there. Just be. You have there no duties, no tasks, no responsibilities, no distraction. You can touch the grass with your bare feet. You can smell flowers, eat wild strawberries. You can swim naked in the river. And just imagine that you have a couple days just for yourself in this beautiful place in nature. You have no task, only just to be in the silence. Deeply connected with nature and with yourself. So maybe through this very short experience, you can feel something what people, participants of our silent retreats can enjoy in 4 or 7 days of our retreats. Maybe I can introduce you how does it look like. We have 2 or 3 favorite cottages in mountains. We rent it for our retreats. We have group of 8 or from 8 to 15 people. And we are there. We put aside mobile phones, computers, books, every connection with outside world. And we just stay there in silence. And we have very well organized every day. early in the morning, participants can go for a physical exercising. It's some kind of stretching or yoga or very aware Pilates. Then we have 1 hour formal sitting meditation. Then breakfast, very nice breakfast, and you can eat outside. You can go sit on grass and have your breakfast in the garden or on the grass. And then we are walking through whole day. We are walking in the nature. We have rest there. We can swim in the rivers, and really we are finding very lonely places. So we really are swimming naked, and it's very, very strong experience. Then we come back. We have an hour or two of rest, and then dinner. We have always delicious vegetarian meals. And after dinner, again, 1 hour of formal meditation practice. And at the end of day, relaxation with the sounds of Tibetan bowls or koshi bells. And in the evening, during this practice of meditation, the participants can go to a short interview with me, because sometimes it can be difficult to stay in silence for a couple of days. Sometimes they must to face to some difficult emotions, so they can get support in an interview with me. And I am very happy that we have invented, or we have succeed find the shape of retreat that it's very powerful. It's very basic, it's very simple, the organizing of the day, but it's very powerful. It's something essential what people can touch there. And at the end of retreats, they very often cries, and they are crying because they are moved by this pressure meeting with themselves, with the nature, with silence, with the power of life itself. Sometimes they describe it as a meeting with God or with something what is beyond us. And when I was thinking what are the reasons that it's so powerful, I think that in our normal everyday life, we mostly experience too much of pressure, too much of tasks and responsibilities, many worries and concerns, too much of information and destructive stimuli. We need to make many decisions, and we are pushed to pay attention to outside world. And these silence retreats, they offer to participants the opposite, and they can get some balance in their life. They have time, there is no pressure, no tasks, no need to make any decision. There is minimum of information and distraction. There is no possibility to make mistake. This space is safe, free, not asking, not judging. And I think that the most important thing is that we are leading these retreats with a lot of compassion and love and respect to the people. And as a psychotherapist, I had my hypothesis that our inner child is almost always judged and criticized, that feel not to be loved enough, not to be accepted enough, and it's not really happy. And we are trying to offer our participants that they are loved. They can feel it from us, but they can feel it much more from the nature, from all this, the energy of silence. And they can feel loved, they can feel safe, and then they enjoy much more joy and liberty in their life. So maybe that's all that I can say today, but I'm very, very happy that I can do these retreats that are so nourishing, healing, and liberating. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much. That was very powerful, at least for me. I went to that place where we met 20 years ago in south of France on the Larzac Plateau, and I could really just come back to my inner space to have that balance, as you say, find that inner landscape, inner space to just be without being judged. And thank you so much. So I hope to see you in our next episodes.
Thank you.
And, I can see already Dan is there. Thank you, Katka. We see you soon. Dan made back home after his day of also balancing family life and also these kind of events. So thank you so much, Dan, for taking time for us. I don't know if you had a chance just to see what was happening now before you joined. Katerina was describing her silent retreats. She's a psychotherapist, and she realized that people, she talks to them, but they also need time just where they can be, and that she brings them into nature and things like that. So maybe you can, I think it's your first time down here. Is it a healing? Yes, I wanted to have you many times before, but thankfully now this is happening. So just to describe your way to coming and searching for this inner space and this balance and harmony, and now offering it also to others, Dan. So just introduce yourself in your own way, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you, Alexandra. Thank you so much. And hey, everybody. Hello. I have been tuning in on YouTube actually this afternoon, sporadically where I can, because as Alexandra shared, I've had a bit of a weekend of it where I've had to just be a bit more present with my family because my partner's just turned a little bit ill this weekend with the flu, and it's caused quite a lot of disruption just in our own energy. Very tired, and we've had birthday parties with the little one to attend to, and just a lot of, as it is in real life, right? Just juggling of all sorts of things, and it's kind of, you know, not great to split my attention because I was really looking forward to coming on this event and being here for the majority of it, and I've had to now dip in and out, and I I wish people could sometimes see behind me because it's like I've just come straight from the sports center where there's just kids' birthday, everything, and straight home, and thankfully I've made it. I apologize that I am a little bit late, and it's been nice actually to listen in on this first time I've been here, as you say, to the other people speaking here today and sharing what it is that they offer and who they are. And I've been really taken back by just the breadth and depth and the maturity of those that have been speaking. And I'm very grateful, Alexandra, for you inviting me here. Thank you. I'm Dan, and I'm a coach by trade and an integrative therapist. I have a trauma-informed practice, and my main teachings from compassionate mindfulness awareness, or compassionate mindful awareness. The scope of really, what I offer is it's a lot of resonance with what people have been sharing here today. And thank you for having me here as well. And just for someone that's coming in, you don't know me, I don't know you, and it's actually a big part of my practice is about that relationship building. And today's topic is what I saw being about emotional awareness and the chakras. This building of a relationship I find is really important with the work that I offer and that I provide, because for me, this is really where beauty begins, where life begins, and just where I've been able to find who it is that I am and where I'm going and what it is that I want, and all of the sort of big, deeper, meaningful questions that have been having for such a long time. And through finding communities like this, actually, and that's where Alexandra and I met, was through communities such as this, and in different communities, different people sharing what they offer. And it's an absolute privilege to be able to share something of my journey to others, or be able to be with someone else on their journey. That's the what I offer in my work, is just supporting those that are on their journey, wherever they're at, whatever their background, wherever they've come from. And being able to be with them whilst they are perhaps transforming themselves, transforming their life, transforming their relationships, their business, whatever the vehicle is, it's essentially the same work. And that's just becoming a little bit more in relationship with ourselves. And that's how I've found my space is just soothing that relationship with myself. Talk just before I came on here about the inner child and what it's like to actually take care of our inner landscape and how important that is. And on my own journey, it's been nothing but the most important thing I think I've ever explored in my life. And yeah, it's for me in my work, it's about that inner peace, and that's really where I speak from. It's from a place of inner peace, inner calm, and being able to find ways of getting back there through many different tools, practices, techniques, and it's different for everybody. And I like that in my work. It's just super different, and how one person might resonate with one tool or technique may be very different to the other. And I suppose that's what my work is about. It's about really presence, being very present with what is, but allowing that person to explore for them what's going on for them and how it is that they can find their way through self-reflection, through being more aware about what's going on internally. And yeah, this for me isn't just a one tool, one technique kind of thing. This is deep compassion and deep loving kindness and being able to create that space. And if I can't, I'll find explore with my clients how we can find that space so that and if we can't, then there's plenty other spaces perhaps. But that's the space that I like to create is one of peace, because I think that's where a lot of healing comes from. It's where a lot of growth then starts emerging from, and there's many layers. But yeah, I had a bit of a talk prepared. It's kind of gone out the window because it was a bit tight, and I'm 20 minutes. I think I
No,
exaggerated. So yeah,
there is
that sort of rounds it up, I suppose, as to who I am, I think, and what I am. But yeah, very open here. After hearing everybody speak as well, of course, getting to know each other is important. So I didn't want to come in and just have something prepared. And I work in deep presence, so here I am. I'm present with everybody here today, and happy to continue this conversation.
Thank you, Dan. I think it's just like with Katarina, it's like really nice to get to know people, and then we just continue on this journey, healing our earth and healing each other and healing ourselves. And I think this is so nice that we all come from different backgrounds, different, social and cultural environments. And for me, you're like a, rock star. You had a band. You're like on a motorcycle. You're always on motorbike, and this cool guy who just really teaches inner peace to people. It's so wonderful. For me, it's really inspiring.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I am who I am. I'm what I am, and yeah, it's there's nothing. There's no words for it. There's no words for it. It's the most beautiful thing to be able to pass that transmission on to others, through allowing them to find that deep inner peace if that's what they're looking for, what they're wishing and wanting to experience, and in deep ways as well, across the life, across the holistic areas of their life. I haven't had peace. That's why it's for me is so important, because it's and what is peace anyway? It's for each of us to explore that, right? And in my relationships, there wasn't much peace. In my businesses, there wasn't much peace. In myself, there wasn't much peace. It was all over the place. So yeah, that took me on this journey, and yeah, I'm very very super grateful that actually there is peace in my world. And I think that's where it starts from. If we want to heal the earth, it starts with ourselves, and it's plain and simple teaching, but it's one that is very deep and profound nonetheless. And how how it is I can walk more peacefully at the heart of it is really where I stand. And if others can walk more peacefully, or if they are, how they can find peace in any area of their life that hasn't quite got peace. That's where all these different tools and techniques can come in. Maybe one moment it's a coaching hat, next minute it's a bit more of a therapist hat. Perhaps sometimes a bit more motivation, other times a bit more nurturing or tenderness. There's a real balance there as a practitioner that I think is really important in doing this work, that it can have that breadth and depth, because life is a bit like this and it chops and changes. And I've had to find that myself, how one minute I have to be the father of myself, really pull myself up, and next minute I might need to just have a bit more of a feminine motherly touch to myself, because actually that's important too, to recognize where that is in me, and I can support myself and in turn better support those around me. Plain and simple, but it's powerful and profound.
Thank you, Dan, for being so honest and just present with ourselves. I don't know if there are any questions from others. I know I would have a million questions for Dan, or we can just leave it there. I think there's some other people who are ready to present. Neil, what do you say?
Well, Lata has one question. Lata, over to you. Make your question, please.
Oh, there's Lata. Hello, Lata.
Hi.
Go ahead with your question, Lata.
So yeah, I just love what you bring to the table, Dan. And I think without it, it just isn't a full circle, a complete circle. So I just want to ask you to, if time permitted, or if you come back, to elaborate on relationships, because I think that is and communication within a relationship, and how to really strengthen ties, and also strengthen the circle that Healing Our Earth has, and by connecting to each other, obviously we've got to heal ourselves, but yeah, going inside ourselves constantly, do you find it's an ongoing process? Or
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, no, if I'm back, I'd love to explore more about the relationships that I have discovered in myself with my closest. That's where I found more healing from, was those closest to me. Again, it's that inside out simple process for me. It's about myself. What's that relationship like with myself? How is it I can take care of myself? Because then that means I can at least enable that with my partner, my child, my mother, their estranged families, even, building that bridge between how it is that I can actually, if they're estranged, but they're my mother and my father, they're my sister, I still want to heal that relationship in a way. It's very spiritual then, of course, because that's where I've been walking on my path. But I think then it means I can extend myself out to my friends and to my neighbors and then the clients that I have. So that's really important, and it's something that takes time, and it's a journey, and it's one of inner strength. Very much a lot of inner strength and courage and deep listening for me. So much just being able to be deeply listening to myself and in tune with myself, but whilst also really having to find that resonance with my partner, my mum, those who I do have a connection with, and we're rebuilding bridges from the past that we've experienced. And then, yeah, spiritually, those that are estranged but still close to me, I find the thread of the heart doesn't ever get cut. It might be cut in this world, but there's still, for me, the healing that I try to have with my father. Whew, deep, very deep, and I had to find a way to be able to move that relationship for me to move forward, because that connection's still there, as much as I may not want it to be, as much as there is challenges there, and the power of that. Then how I build that to my own children.
Thank you, Dan.
Mhm.
Let's take a comment from spinal surgeon Anukul Goswami. Anukul, a global namaste to you, and what did you think of Dan's journey?
Global namaste. It was fantastic. I think it brings into the fore certain very important issues about our daily living. I do not know how much of us are conversant with the idea of quantum entanglement. This is what exactly is going on. Got a lot of communication between various people, various sort of ideas and thoughts, and how it affects and influences your subconscious mind in ways that you ultimately become much more productive. I'm a surgeon, so our job is slightly more different. And as a person and personality, I need action right now. And once the surgery is over, my job is done. Now it's Mother Nature to take over. But it's interesting to see how the Mother Nature is often influenced by various things which are around it. My little bit, once I've done, it's a very limited time of work, maybe between 1 or 3 or 5 hours. But once it is done, everything is taken over. And that is where you require a lot of support from the community, the society, the parents, and all of and the good vibes that come along and that ultimately helps the person to recover. If those vibes are there before the intervention, without any surgical intervention, then there's a lot of calmness in the person. The recovery is faster. On the other hand, those people who are under a lot of stress, social stresses, psychological stresses, mental stresses, their recovery is not as good. So it might all sound very peculiar in the sense, well, a surgery has gone on well, but the reality is that the person's ability to merge with the total recovery phase, it does not necessarily always happen. So you really have to look into what is going on. So one of the factors that I usually put in is how is a person being taken inside the family, how they have been accepted in the family, and you'll be quite surprised. It is not the surgery that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Very interestingly, it is not always the surgery that matters. It is also what are the things before and what are the things after, and what are the other various things which have contributed to the person's illness. Anyway, thank you. That's it.
So
Yeah.
beautiful.
That's well said. Yeah.
So, so Dan,
Mm-hmm.
from your journey to a spinal surgeon's point of view, let's ask Sam from Scotland. Sam, you were following what Dan was going through and how he managed to help himself and to help others and everything. What comment would you pick out from there?
Dan, what I've learned from life is you came alone, you're going to go alone. Everything, your husband, your wife, your children are heavy luggage in your journey to your life. That's the fact of life. They could support you or they can hinder you. It can work either way depending, but to do that, first you have to make yourself healthy, energized, then you can cope with any problem thrown back at you properly. If your energy is down, then obviously you can't cope with it. As the doctor said, they can do the surgery in 4 hours, 5 hours for heart or whatever. His job is done. But then what's around you, what your thought process is, how you're thinking, how much prana you have in the body, how much water you're drinking. Everything plays a part, your mind over matter. If mind healthy, then body is healthy. It recovers quicker. And then you cope with any problem thrown back at you. When your family or somebody, whatever, you've been through a lot. We all of us at our age have gone through certain thing in life. How we cope with it. And one of the best ways to reduce stress, and one of the best ways to reduce stress is prana. There's two ways of doing prana. If I have a couple of seconds, I can show you. I do Om Namah Shivaya. When you breathe in, you say Om, that's 2 breaths. Hold the Namah and Shivaya, 3 breaths. You breathe out slowly through your mouth. Just by doing this, relax your muscle. Next is if you type your thymus gland, you activate your immune system and also you increase your anxiety. That's why Indian Bharat, if somebody dies, you tap your chest to think, to release your anxiety as well. All these are tools. So it's not one tool will fix you. It's a lot of different tools put together. It's like how you cope with your lifestyle. It's your own life. What kind of food you eat as well. They all play an important part in your well-being and everything else. But I'm glad you're coping yourself quite well and well done. Thank you.
So
Yeah.
wonderful. So then there you are. Somebody
There we
from
are.
Scotland from yoga meditation following you, a spinal surgeon, Anakul following you, and it's a perfect time, Alexandra, to welcome your next co-host and the episode producer, Riti Vyas, who is going to take us to the next section with Prashke and shortly Jeffrey Armstrong, and then we'll be calling our USA host and everybody, Amrita. You've been here as well at the start, and Dan, who is young and already into spirituality and holistic, is a mentor and a coach as well. You've been following what he said. a quick comment on men, and we pass it on to Riddhi and Prashke. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. It's a wonderful conversation, first of all. And Dan, people like you have been the trendsetters as well as exemplary people for the society to believe in the systems of life as well as these indigenous systems that have come from our ancestors, which we live in. And more on that, the faith, I think, is one of the primary strings for healing. And being a physician as well, I realize, and coming from the field of holistic health and healing, faith as one of those facets that can make a remarkable change in a patient and an individual, provided that life force ignites that faith to a tremendous amount that he believes in what he's doing, and that, yes, I will be cured and this is my healing stuff. So something like that. And I would congratulate you for putting this forward. And I would also wish that you keep igniting this light of your faith in you and also ignite other people's life, because lots and lots need you, actually. So thank you so much. Global namaste to you, Riddhi, and a very warm welcome.
Thank you. And Dan, I just want to congratulate you being really aware of your emotions. Knowing how to navigate life is one of the deepest challenges. And I think we've heard here today as well on the panel how these emotions play a big part in our lives. And yoga is all about how you de-stress and how you slow down the speed of the mind. And by taking that time to really start to process and to start to look at things on a much deeper level, really starts to bring you back down into nature as it is now, into your current reality, into what you see and what you perceive around you. And it's so powerful where you can then start to give to yourself. When you start to give to yourself first, you start to fill up your cup first, and then you're able to spread that to those around you. It's a total game changer. And it's wonderful to see how you've actually implemented this in your own life as well. Being a hypnotherapist yourself, I'm pretty sure you know how the beliefs and how the cognitions work, and you're able to implement that. So it's beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing your journey here with us today.
Thank you, Riddhi. So Sam, Dan, you are part of Healing Our Earth. Alexander, thank you for bringing Dan into Healing Our Earth. Whenever you want to, Dan, you can waltz into Healing Our Earth and be part of health episode, integrated episode, yoga, meditation. We carry a lot of episodes down here. We just want to quickly say hello to Simran, who has just joined in. She's our first main anchor. And Prashke, I think you are driving, so if you stop
Wow,
somewhere,
I'm
then
so
we will take you.
overwhelmed. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Simran. Where are you, Simran?
I'm at Goa airport, just finished my show and rushed. And, luckily the flight is delayed by 15 minutes. I really wanted to join and I knew it's going to be like running, but it is always yoga and meditation, which keeps you, in loop of everything that you want to do, and it just happens on time. So since
Thank
today
you.
it's yoga and meditation, it is such an honor for me to be here, which is my favorite bit. And thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you to Healing Our Earth, and a lovely hello to everyone. I'm very excited to see you all at London because I'm going to be there from the 13th to the 18th of February, including the Valentine's Day. Neil, love you. So lots of
Wow.
love to all of you.
What a perfect time. What a perfect time to come to London. It will be beautiful. Simran, stay around till you check in or board. We'll come back to you in a moment. Let's go to Prashke. Prash, if you can landscape your video, and so we can start talking to you. In case if you are driving, then please park. Not safe to drive and talk, but if you can hear us, Prash, see if you can landscape yourself. And Dan, thank you very much for coming. Alexandra, you are very excited because volleyball, Croatia is in final, and you're looking forward to it. So are you excited about Croatia being in final, Alexandra?
Yeah, it's a handball. It's a men's handball world championship there in Denmark, Norway playing against Denmark. So I just can't wait. I already got my whistle here.
Wow.
Croatia.
That's beautiful. Okay, Alexander, we're gonna let you go, and you're coming back within an hour because you got Red Sun and other guests will be coming. And then take care, and you're part of Healing Our Earth. Thank you, and Alexandra, thank you. Go and enjoy your handball, and we'll be back with you. Rash, you can unmute yourself. Riddhi, take it away for a while, and on to Jeffrey Armstrong as soon as he comes. Riddhi, over to you and to Prashke.
Namaste, global namaste. Riddhi, I'll It's wait for you. wonderful to see you again, Prash, and it's amazing to see the work that you're doing on an international level. You've got urban spirituality, which is coming up. You've got your podcasts, and even your corporate experience of 25 years plus, which is such a game changer, as well as then your mantra therapies, how you really connect to bhakti from the heart, and really how you serve your clients, how you are there each and every step of the way for them to help them to become bigger, bolder, brighter versions of themselves. And it's beautiful to witness your journey along this way as well, along with your retreats and how you share this magical information and turn it into knowledge and turn it into strategies and tools to be able to really help other people. So I know you're in transit today, but I really do appreciate you taking some time out to be here with us today. Thank you so much. Riddhi, firstly, a global namaste to the Healing Our Earth family, to everyone who is out there tuning into this live or on the replay, and all the Velo facilitators, attendees, participants. My namaste, especially to all of you, because you are contributing in your own way, as Riddhi said, to creating more healing and more empowerment in this beautiful planet known as Bhumima. Riddhi, can you hear me okay? Am I clear? It's loud and clear. Loud and clear. So first, for all of you who are on, and Riddhi, please keep me honest on time. I know we have maybe 15 minutes or so, and there are so many other good presenters and Go ahead, the participants next here. 20 minutes are yours. Thank you. So I first want to just start with an invocatory prayer, which I feel is very appropriate because there are many good people here. Nil Kumar, when he, in his capacity as a leader, runs Diwali in London, he facilitates so many other leaders, spiritual leaders. Sister Jayanti, our friends from the Hare Krishna temples, ISKCON Worldwide, Chinmaya Mission, so many. And one thing that all these wonderful teachers have in common is that they also have a teacher. They also have a teacher. And this is important that when we are on this path, whether it's on a material level or on a spiritual level, we all should look to seek mentorship and learn. And therefore, it is also equally important for us to remember our teachers. And what an appropriate day. And I'm sure it's been mentioned already. Today is Vasant Panchami. It's the first day of spring according to the Vedic calendar. Those of you, if you're nodding, then I know you agree with me. I'd love to see a thumbs up if you recognize and know today is Vasant Panchami. Ah, the thumbs up are coming. Secondly, this is Saraswati Jayanti. Today is the day of Saraswati. And that is to say, it is the day that we honor Saraswati Devi. Just like we have Janmashtami or Mahashivratri, today is Saraswati Jayanti. And I was performing at bhajans here in London just an hour ago. And I was just speaking about how wonderful it is that we can tap into the power of creativity, art, speech. She is the goddess of all these things. And one of my spiritual mentors, main ones, Kavindra Rishi, Jeffrey Armstrong, coming on after me, he would speak to this. He is an expert in these matters. But he would say if he was here, I'm sure that it's a wonderful day to remember Saraswati. So I'd like to just start by firstly honoring Saraswati and then honoring our gurus. So this is how we do it. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. We bow down and offer our respectful pranams to Goddess Saraswati. She who is the queen of all arts, she who is the inspirer of the power of speech, she who gives us the creativity
and the music that allows us to come closer to divinity. We offer our pranams time and time again to Mother Saraswati. I hope everybody heard that clearly. I'm on the road and in transit, so please forgive me. Secondly, let us honor the gurus. All of us have gurus. There are so many of us here on this call, and we must have a guru or a mentor in some way or shape in our life. No matter how old we are and no matter how advanced we are on the spiritual path. So I would love to take a moment to honor all the gurus, all the acharyas, all the teachers here. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I want to share a few things, and then with your permission, I will just sing a little as well as I'm guided. The first thing I want to share is that most human beings in this day and age have become consumers. Consumers of things, consumers of material objects, consumers of services, consumers of television, consumers of social media. In all ways we're consuming. But actually the power that we all have is in producing. We are creators. Brahma, Prajapati, the creator. And no matter what faith you are, you can refer to Jehovah, Allah, the Great One, Ishwar, Bhagwan. He created us to be creators. How sad it is if we do not harness and utilize our creative power rather than just being producers. Let us be creators. I want to offer this as a message to all of you out here, the whole of the Healing Our Earth team. Neil Kumar has created something very powerful, a platform where you can apply and bring your creative talents to this table. All of the respected guests, speakers and participants here, we have been blessed with gifts. We are not meant to play small. This is not a time to be humble and say, well, I'm nobody, I cannot sing, I'm very unqualified, let somebody else speak. I will say this to all of you, this is my message. Whenever you have a doubt that I shouldn't do this, like Riddhi has become an incredible presenter. I've known Riddhi for 14 years. I've seen her grow and shine. Whenever you have a doubt that I'm not the guy, it's not me, I can't do it, not me. Ask yourself this, if not you, then who? If not you, then who? We have an opportunity. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he came 500 years ago to this earth, he said, Jare dekho tare kaho Krishna upadesh. Wherever you go, whatever you do, speak of Krishna. Speak, meaning that he didn't wait. He said, don't wait for being qualified. Speak of the divine. Whether it's Krishna, Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, speak of the divine, no matter how imperfect it is, speak. And then when we turn and we understand that the Bible, Jesus says, greater miracles than these that I have done shall you do. Greater miracles. Just imagine the power that we have as Satchid Ananda. We are eternal, pure consciousness and bliss. This is Vivekananda's message. Empower yourself. This was Swami Prabhupada's message. Indeed, this was Socrates' message. Madame Blavatsky of the Theosophical Society. Many, many great leaders and influencers around the world have asked and endorsed and encouraged all of us to become leaders. So this is the time. This is the time for us to step up in leadership and offer what we have in the service as prasad to Saraswati, as a divine offering to Saraswati and our Rishtadev. Let us offer what we have. If it's our speech, let it be our speech. If it's our talents, let it be that. If you're good at social media, then let it be that. But let us offer what we have into the fire of the divine, of Brahman. And as we do so, we will purify ourselves and we will find that our strength and our abilities grow more and more and more. Who's with me on this? Anyone? Can anybody feel the passion? Can anybody feel this? Is anybody seeing this and feeling this? This is what we mean.
Awesome. Keep going.
Thank you. This is the message I want to say. This is when Krishna said to Arjun, Uttishta. Uttishta. What does Uttishta mean? Get up. Stand up. Ma manusmara yudhyacha. Stand up and fight. This is what we have to do. So I want to sing a little bit and share. I'll keep in mind eye on the time. I think we got 10 minutes. I think one lesson I learned from spending 25 years in the corporate world. Since 1993, I've been in the corporate world, running groups of leaders and managing teams of many people around the world, is managing time, giving people space to speak, understanding people's emotions, whether they're in tune or whether they're tuned out of you. All of these fall into the art of emotional intelligence. If you're a leader, if you are working in the space of influencing other people, as Nil Kumar is, as Riddhi is, as Anukulji is, as so many of you are, learn the art of leadership. It's not complicated. Start with reading the room. Emotional intelligence will help you. This is my passion. I gave up my corporate career, Riddhi knows, in 2018. I walked away from 25 years of corporate because I worked with certain practices, ceremonies, divya aushadhi or somras, and it changed my life. And since then, I've dedicated my life to living a life of simplicity and direction. Although I was born a Luano, which is a Gujarati caste, I feel that I live the life of a Brahmin and a Kshatriya. So this is an invitation. You may be Gujarati, Hindu, whatever caste, creed you are. My fellow Western brothers and sisters who are tuned in, you may be whatever background you are. But an invitation here, in this day and age, in this Kali Yuga, is to step up and be a Brahmin. Be a Kshatriya, be a warrior of words, a warrior of speech. You don't need to pick up your arms. Be a warrior of speech. Let your speech influence people. Let your heart shine and let them feel the power of your message. It does not require purity and perfection. It just requires good intent. The rest he will take care of. Ishwar is always there in whichever way you're worshipping him. So I invite you in this. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Vasudevaya. Let the mind that I have be aligned with your mind, O Ishwar. Let my heart, this, Hriday. Let my heart be aligned with your heart, O Parameshwar. Let my will be aligned with your will, Parameshwar. That is what it means in the Bible when it says in the Lord's Prayer, let thy will be done, let thy kingdom come. It means let his will be done, or her will, Shakti, Shiv. Let their will be done. Let them take the control. I'm sitting in a car, I'm driving it, but what if Jesus took the wheel? What if Shivji took the wheel? What if let them take the wheel? Let them take the wheel of my life, be the charioteer of my life. I want to find joy and happiness again. I want to know what it feels like to be pure. I want to know what it feels like to be Satchidananda, eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, eternal, pure consciousness and bliss. Because when I am in that state, what battle can I not handle? When I wear the armor of God, as it says in the Bible, what more can I not do? We are infinitely powerful beings, and healing our earth gives us a platform to shine our light and help light the candle of bhakti in the hearts of each person who watches this transmission. This is not my job alone. It's certainly not Neil's job alone. It's not Riddhi's job alone. It is all of us. Why? Why is it all of us? Because Loka samastaha sukhino bhavantu. Wow! How does it feel? Isn't it like tasting the best rasgulla, the best gulab jamun, the best mithai in your mouth? Let God's names dance on your tongue. Loka samastaha Sukhino bhavantu. If people had seen me 7 years ago when I was still in the corporate world and I sang or behaved like this, I would be considered a madman. I would be considered a crazy man for going into rooms with CEOs, networking events, which Riddhi and I used to attend. They would think, "Ah, manas pagal che, ye pagal hai, ye panas." But here's the truth. The world is brainwashed. The world is brainwashed. How? Because they are brainwashed by societal, cultural, even religious dogmatic conditioning. The world is brainwashed by their own limiting beliefs. The world is brainwashed, but just like a deaf person can't hear you when they call you, when you call them, and they accuse you of being deaf when they call your name. This is the world's situation. The world is mad, and yet they think we're mad. These days I don't care, because I'm happy within myself. So the invitation is, can we step into our authenticness? Can we own the skills that God's given us? Can we own the gifts that we have? And opportunities like Neil Kumar, Healing Our Earth, have created to be able to share these gifts far and wide because of this one reason. Loka samastaha sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings in all the worlds be happy and at peace. We don't want to be bystanders and spectators and consumers. We want to become participants and producers so that we can make a change in the lives of other people. Too many of us complain about the state of this country and the leadership and the politicians, but why don't we make a change ourselves and become the change that we want to see? As Gandhi said so truly, as Gandhi said, become the change you want to see, become the change you want to see, become the change you want to see. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you. Namaste.
Wow, that is just amazing, Brother Prash, to start to get people to think outside of the box. I think we've all been in that situation in corporate life where there's another part of us that wants to come to the surface. There's a spiritual side of us that wants to shine. And yet, when we allow that side out, it kind of becomes like we are the crazy ones. But we're not meant to fit into that round hole. We are the odd ones. We are the ones that are supposed to be in that square box. And it's about embracing that and truly letting that shine. And tell us, how do you actually do this through your cocoa ceremonies, through your retreats?
Thank you for asking, Rids. We absolutely do it through what we do. As you know, because you've been with us since we started in 2010 under the brand of mantra therapy, now we call urban spirituality. We have the honor of running events, powerful events and satsangs around London for people of all backgrounds. We have Brahmakumar. I'm proud that we have Brahmakumaris, ISKCON, it's Art of Living, Chinmaya Mission, so many different groups, Christian groups, Islamic groups. They come and they join with us, Sufi groups, and we chant, we do prayers, we do mantras, and we read from scripture. And we do this all in London, and then we take people across Europe and we run retreats. And we'll be running them this year as well. And then we run sacred ceremonies. These are very special, very private, and they're very powerful. We run them in London. In one day, we accomplish more than what some people have accomplished in 10 years. It goes beyond coaching, therapy, and healing, conventional. It goes to a state where you tap into your superconscious state. Your subconscious mind is open. Your superconscious connection with Ishwar is made in one day from 10:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we run them in London. If you feel inspired, if you want to experience what it is like to be your true, powerful, Sachidanand self, regardless of what race, religion, age, or culture you are, then please reach out. It would be my honor to help you to achieve your highest potential and serve more, just like Nilkumar, Riddhi, and so many are doing. It would be my highest honor.
Beautiful. So, people, you've heard it here, free invitation for you to start to look at your lives a little bit deeper and to start to actually explore and see what else is possible for you and how it's possible. And Prash, tell me a little bit more about emotional quotient. I know you mentioned being aware, starting to actually feel into that divine power that sits in our chakra, that sits right behind the very belly button in our solar plexus, that enables us to feel that self-belief, that self-confidence. And how does this actually impact us when it comes to the intellectual quotient? What effect
Very
does
good.
it have?
Beautiful question. I love the way you ask your questions. And I would love to see you on world stages and also right alongside Palki Sharma on news. You know, you're excellent at what you do. Thank you for beautiful questions. IQ everybody has. It gives us the ability to be able to perform our mechanical functions and our intellectual work, our professions. EQ, emotional intelligence, allows us the ability to manage and work with people more beautifully and more effectively. It also allows us the opportunity to be able to work with ourselves more effectively so that we understand our own emotions better. We understand when we're stepping the mark. We know when to stop talking, when to start talking, what to say, and how to say it. It is the art of emotional intelligence. You're all welcome to look at it, study it, and practice it. In some way, we're all doing it. As leaders, as change makers, as people that we are, we know the value of discernment in our speech. And this is the gift, and it's something that is a lifetime's lesson. I'm not a master of it. I'm simply a student of life. And we can all do this, I think, all of us. Thank you, Riddhi.
And being a student of life, how does that really help us to feel the spiritual quotient, to feel that there is something bigger than us, some divine power that is guiding us in all that we say, do, and be?
Three things. Stay curious, stay hungry, but stay humble. And this allows us, even as teachers and mentors in our own lives, like many of us are here, we are able to retain that connection with spirit, with the divine, and utilize and enhance our brain capacity, which only 5 or 6% we are using. We're able to enhance it if we stay curious, playful, humble, and hungry for knowledge, for wisdom, that thirst. In Sanskrit, that we call Trishna, that thirst should be there. We all have hunger and greed for material things, but it's about alchemizing, transmuting that hunger and greed into something that is more divine. And this is what I love to teach, as you know, Riddhi, in our ceremonies, what we do. In our one-day workshops, when people come, we teach the art of alchemy so people can utilize and harness what we have. In Sanskrit, we call it Yukta Vairagya, harnessing what we have for a diviner, more nobler cause. Thank you, Riddhi.
Beautiful. And is Trishna something that we can actually make more stronger, make it more powerful within ourselves when we start to
Yes.
focus on things like samadhi, for example, when we start to have that drishti, that vision within us?
Yes, it can. Just like when we fast for a long period of time, after a while we get hungry. So my invitation is this: fast from the things that you normally allow yourself to be distracted with, whether it be social media, TV, Netflix. Fast for a little while and watch the hunger for the divine wisdom and knowledge start to creep up on you. And then we shall see where your hunger can be rightly reposed to something more beneficial. That's my humble opinion and on my own experience I can speak from. I cannot claim to be any better or any wiser than anyone else here, but this much I can share from my own experience.
Do you know, it actually reminds me of the part in the Bhagavad Gita where Arjuna is aiming at the eye of the eagle and he sees nothing but the eye of the eagle.
Nothing but the
Everyone
eye
else
of the
around him, all of his brothers are actually confused and they're seeing all sorts of different things. The whole bird, for example, or all of the surroundings, and it's just causing that state of even more internal confusion. But yet Arjuna has his eye on the ball the whole way through and he knows exactly what to do and when. And that is the power that you've helped to bring to this conversation today, Prash.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Forgive me that I need to go into my next thing because my mentor is coming on, Kavindra Rishi, who I honor very much, and he will speak very well. I want to take a moment to thank you. Your gift of anchoring has improved is just expanded abundantly. So I pay homage to your abilities. You are one of the powerful females in the Healing Our Earth that are making a difference in the world, and this is the generation that we need. Neil Kumar has created a platform where women can step into their true power, and men, you can step into your divine masculine. This is the path of Tantra. When we work with Tantra, we are learning about the divine masculine and feminine archetypes, Shiva and Shakti. How can we embody both of those? And maybe this is a future conversation I'd love to bring to a Healing Our Earth session on Tantra and the divine masculine and feminine, if there is an interest, that is. But this is what we are doing. So I honor you, and I really ultimately offer thanks to Neil Kumar and the whole Healing Our Earth family for showing what happens when we cooperate and when we bring our skills and talents together in this way, especially on this day of Saraswati Jayanti. Jai Ma, Jai Sarish Krishna.
Rash, Neil Kumar is here as well, so let's welcome him. He's here live with us, so it's nice to be here.
Welcome, Neil Kumar. Happy to
Welcome,
have
Neil
you on
Kumar.
joining this conversation.
And Rash, it's wonderful, obviously, during the pandemic time, we saw you ad hoc and impromptu making bhajans and kirtans and bringing spirituality, and that's your speciality. On the spot, you can do that. Let's ask what Dr. Lakshmi Vyas felt while you were giving your session. So she's here as well. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, how wonderful did you feel when Prash was actually not only singing, but talking about his journey and what he delivered? And we are, of course, waiting for Jeffrey to come in. And as soon as he comes in, we are going to bring him live. So Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you can unmute yourself. And what did you feel? Tell us.
I was listening to him halfway through because I joined a little late. But even then, I didn't find any difficulty in catching up with him. And I know that he has spoken way before, and I remember his way of, talking about various things. And I thought there was a continuous energy that was flowing in from him, and everybody could just listen and understand the thought that he was throwing to all of us. And I appreciate, and as everything about that you were one of the first audience, so I also wish that you keep on coming to these lectures more often and enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. And for those who were listening on a social media, if you want to connect to Prash K, it's very easy, Urban Spirituality. Just type in and you will be able to get connected to him. He also runs retreats and sessions and private spiritual sessions, which he says, and you heard him, you can speed up your spiritual knowledge maybe even in a day, and then you can continue courses from there. Anukul is here, Amrita is there. Anukul, you were listening to Prash, and you're a very senior spinal surgeon. How did you feel? What did you feel when Prash was actually going through his session?
I was already preparing to make some comments on him. The one of the comments was that I think this is one of the rare occasions where you can see Bhakti Yoga and Karma Yoga coming together in this song. It's amazing, to get both of them together. One way there is a bhakti and also the desire to do the work, and they actually take you to the art of liberation completely. And number two was the concept of trying to visualize the energy of Ma Saraswati. It is a darshana that you're talking of, which is amazing. And Saraswati's darshana is really gives us a chance of validated knowledge. It is not just it is not only just merely knowing something or reading something. It's also valid knowledge through arguments and proper scientific evaluation. And that is where I think many of us are possibly going to by even using various other means. Lastly, I think more importantly is that the the passion with which you're able to express your thoughts is something that really we all need to imbibe, and I think we have to get into action, and that's where I think we all really need to put all our efforts in. Anyway, thank you, and I've
And,
certainly have noted your phone number. That's great.
and
Thank you.
Anakul, to bring you on the screen was I want you to say hello to Prash live, and Prash say hello to Anakul. The project you are planning in vegan, which should be by fruition by next year.
Yes,
I think Prash should visit there and give sessions.
exactly, exactly.
So
That's what I
Prash,
wished. I was thinking exactly of that.
Prash, you will be connected to Anakul.
G.
Keep in touch with him. And up there north, you should bring your sessions out there. People will love it, okay?
It would be an honor. And Anukulji, let's
Absolutely,
catch up of.
Okay, Prash,
absolutely. I will. I
please.
will. I will certainly will.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll connect both of you there. Riddhi, connect, or Amrita, whoever
And
is.
you know
Amrita,
what,
you've got good
Anupulji, it's
connection from
actually
both.
really powerful because the fact that veganism now is starting to spread, usually it's January, which is the month for veganism. But now the whole effect of this is even starting to spread, even within the whole legal field, from which I can see is that the whole human rights is starting to spread. The whole animal rights is starting to spread, and people are starting to become a lot more aware of what they're thinking and what they're feeling and how that basically affects the overall psychology, the physiology, and what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. And it's so powerful to actually see by just going vegan, like we don't need the nutritions, we don't need the dietitians as such, but just by starting to go vegan, we're starting to take the path of sattva, we're starting to take the path of truth. And even that has such a massive effect on our psychology, on our emotions, on how we're feeling on a day-to-day basis, because we're not allowing ourselves to be drained by the things that we're feeding ourselves, be that on a mental level, be that on a physical level, be that on a spiritual level, be that on an emotional level, because everything that we ultimately have is a diet for ourselves. So, what are we feeding ourselves? And more importantly, what are we digesting? Because it's one thing to actually take in the right nutrients, it's one thing to go veganism, but then it's a completely different picture to ensure that we're not actually going for the wrong foods, which are like the junk foods, the empty calories, but we're actually staying on the right path. And I think that is something key that Prash also brings to the table is when he actually cooks all of these dietary plans, when he has all of these scrumptious, nutritious meals at his retreats. He's got all of these principles that he brings into the whole picture. And even then, to take it a step further, when we're actually implementing, as you correctly said, bhakti, when we're looking at mantras, where we're actually embedding those mantras whilst we're cooking the meals, again, it changes the energy. It's lifting the energy. It's making us feel so much more happier as a result. And not only that, the people that we're serving that food to also feel that energy. They also feel as if they are part of that bigger picture. And so I think it's a wonderful initiative that you've got going, and do keep us informed of how you're actually looking at enhancing this vision and how you're actually bringing together the bigger picture. I think it'll be wonderful to hear more from you.
So Amrita
Thank you,
and
Vidya.
Ruby, connect Prash and Anakul. So Anakul, the project you are planning in the vegan in Lancashire, Prash can come to North England and maybe bring the session. Sam, this goes for you as well in Scotland. Maybe when we do the island, Prash would be very good, not just as a presenter and a singer, but as a coach as well up there in Scotland. And again, we will connect you, Amrita or Riddhi. Please connect Prash and Sam together and Anukul and Prash together. Prash, while we have got you here and while we are waiting for Jeffrey, and somebody nod me if Jeffrey is in here, Jeffrey has actually launched, I think, a new book, and this is what it is. And you might know a bit more about it than Vidhi. What do we think of this? Life without fear. So, Prash or Riddhi?
Prash, over to you.
Jeffrey G is an accomplished author. As his spiritual name, Kavinda Rishi, many people around the world have benefited from the wisdom in his books. The recent one, of course, has been worldwide approved for the impact of correct terminology in Sanskrit around the world to help our Sanatan Dharma culture flourish. And so, as a deep thinker, as a perfect example of a Kshatriya Brahmin that he is able to bring deep wisdom into subjects like fear. This specific book goes to the heart of fear and takes you on a journey on to the inside of yourself to take you to a place where you would not normally have gone in order for you to come out powerfully beyond what you probably did before. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us to hear.
Prash, here there is a little quote there as well, and he says, we fear failure, we fear success, and we fear the unknown. Well, here is an opportunity to move beyond any paralyzing or constricting fears in your life. So you reach out for this.
You know what?
It is
Really,
there
that
in
is actually
Amazon,
binary
and the
thinking as
book
well.
is called, and the book is actually called Life Without Fear. So just put up in the search bar, and it will tell you where to go on and how to find this. Yes, Lily, you can make your comment now. Over to you.
And that's beautiful, Neil Bhai, as well. So thank you for acknowledging that. And a lot of the times when we're looking at fear, we're looking at binary thinking, fear and success, right and wrong, black or white. And we're not actually considering that they are grayscales in between. The whole way along, between those two parallels, are all of the different possibilities that one can actually embrace. And it's not just about going either to one extreme or the other extreme. It's about being mindful of all of those different steps in between. It's like an accomplished singer is not an accomplished singer overnight. They don't just do Bhakti and all of a sudden they can sing on world stages. They've got to take it in little steps. So by breaking down these fears into little steps, by starting to actually consider the belief system, consider the patterns that are running it, get to the root core of what's going on, start to really get creative, get imaginative with what these fears are. How are they showing up in your life? Because it's not the thing that you're going to ultimately, that's actually the thing. No, it's about sitting with the fear. And when you're sitting with that fear, step into a moment of silence and really allow all of those emotions to come up. And you'll find it for yourself as well. When you sit with those emotions and you allow it all to come to the surface, not only are you more aware as a result, not only are you more creative as a result, not only are you more resourceful as a result, but those fears you'll find are false evidences. You'll find that it's fake because that fear is preventing you. It's keeping you stuck in a certain pattern. It's keeping you stuck in a certain mindset. And the only way that you're going to break out of it is by facing it head on. And actually, what you'll find is when you do face it head on, it's not really as scary as what you thought it was. And a lot of us, a lot of the times, in fact, research has been done on this, 98% of the time, are thinking negative automatic thoughts. And that's what's keeping us stuck. That's what's not enabling us to move forward. And not only that, these emotions that we're experiencing are also having an impact on us physically. Whether we realize it or not, we've got something called the fight, flight, freeze mode. The fight is when you're actually facing that fear. The flight is when you're stepping away. And the freeze is when the automatic cortex in your forehead turns off. When that happens, you're not able to make decisions effectively. You're not able to think outside the box, as Brother Prash was talking about. You're not able to really start to decipher what's happening for you. So by actually giving yourself some space and just sitting with that silently in meditation and allowing all of these emotions to come up, allowing all of the thoughts to come up, allowing these belief systems to come up, it actually empowers you, it strengthens you, it makes you stronger because now you know what to do about it. And awareness, I believe, is 50% of the solution. By becoming more aware of what these patterns are and what's driving us, we're already halfway there. And it's much better to be halfway there because then at least we've got a power of the choices that we're making. We can actually take back that power for ourselves and implement that on a day-to-day basis. And as a result, we become so much stronger. Neilbhai, Amrita, what are your thoughts on this?
So, talking about life without fear, Jeffrey's here. So, let's go to the author who is going to give you that portion about life without fear. Let's welcome Riddhi. Let's introduce Jeffrey Amso Kavinda Rishi. Over to you, Riddhi.
Thank you so much. And a global namaste to Jeffrey G. And thank you so much for joining us today as well. I know you've got quite a lot going on, but we really do appreciate you taking this time out to be here with us today and to share really deeply on a much more profound level than what I just did about this whole book. And so just to introduce Jeffrey G. Jeffrey G is the co-chairman of the Vedic Friends Association. He's also a scholar on the Dharmic Board, the British Board of Dharmic Scholars, and he's a yoga practitioner for longer than 50 years. In fact, I'd actually say that he's dictated and he's dedicated a lot of his life to really start to look deeper at the Vedas, to start to decipher things, to start to bring the Sanskrit and the English so that it's parallel, so that we don't have that space for confusion, but really we can start to see how we can implement these teachings, these learnings for ourselves on a much more deeper level. And so it gives me a great privilege today to introduce Jeffrey Armstrong to the whole of the Healing Our Earth community today. A global namaste.
Namaste, Riddhi. Thank you very much. What a beautiful satsang you've put together, and it's an honor to be a part of it. And I'm not afraid of your audience. They look beautiful. In other words, my friends, fear is an alarm going off to tell us we've forgotten who we are. And it is the self-actualizing process of the yoga of the Vedas and of the Vedic Vidya that gives us a perspective. So would you like to ask another question before I proceed, Riddhi? Are you ready?
And isn't it just great, Jeffrey G, as well, that we've actually are having this satsang today on the day of Vasant Panchami itself, on the day that Ma Saraswati has really evoked this whole sense of speech, of art, of creativity, of beauty, and to be able to share it so beautifully. And I believe that one of your books as well that you've authored very recently, but is already having such a deep, profound impact on people's life, is the life without fear, of which there are 3 obstacles.
You know, one of my favorite verses, Riddhi, is in the Bhagavad Gita. And the Bhagavad Gita is the model story for the encounter of fear on a cosmic scale. And there are several things that are very important about this. Number one is that you might say, the existential dilemma of Western civilization is that we only have one lifetime. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, one lifetime. Modern science, one lifetime. There's nothing more terrifying than having only one lifetime. Except if that one lifetime seems to go terribly, then what's the alternative? This is the existential dilemma about which the existentialist philosophers wrote, which is fearing the immediacy of annihilation and death and seeing no hope and not having a definition of self that is unbreakable, unkillable, all kinds of uns. You cannot do this to it. This is the Bhagavad Gita. Can't cut it, can't break it, can't burn it, can't do anything to it that destroys it. And this is where the Bhagavad Gita, to me, is the handbook. It's the user's manual of the yoga of living in the midst of chaos. Because that's the battlefield of Kurukshetra. But before we go into that, so let's hold that as the place where we're going to end up. We need a context that's also user-friendly, to put it in modern terminology. And so that is the other missing component in the rest of the so-called religions of the world. Now, I don't want to be disrespectful to them because all of the persons participating have some sincerity and they're truly trying to find something. So I don't want it to seem as if I'm speaking badly of them, but rather it's difficult when you don't have a viewpoint that makes you a Maha-Atma. So you remain a Duratma, a small-minded rather than big-minded. This is so critical to the Vedic viewpoint that we must become Mahatma. And it doesn't mean bigger than everyone else. It doesn't mean dominant over everyone else. It actually means seeing everyone else that way. So here's the starting gesture. And with this, before I speak further, these words have been given to me. So Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. What I'm saying to you now was given to me by gurus from Bharat. And I have been in their seva and indebted to them joyfully ever since I encountered them. But at first, you see, I was a literature major and a poet by disposition. And so at age 13, I began writing poetry. And I didn't know what it was, but it was my Atma seeing what was wrong and not knowing what to say or do about it. It was what they call the existential dilemma. By age 23, 10 years after I wrote my first poem at 13. Matter of fact, I think I'll say that it's short and quick. I went to a carnival by myself one night at age 13, came back home at 10 o'clock at night in Detroit, Michigan, and sat down and wrote the following. Life is like a carnival filled with dirty little men grubbing for pennies, offering cheap thrills to stupid people who lead empty, meaningless lives. And when I look in the mirror, I see not one person but two, and I wonder which one is really me. That began my journey at age 13. From then on, I was on the hunt to get those questions answered. And it was, of course, in the Veda, in Sanskrit, in the Gita, in the Mahabharata. But here's one more thing, and I want to start there also. Om Yakunden Dudusarahara Dabala, Yasubravasta Vrita, Yavina Varadandamandita Karya Sveta Padmasana, Ya Brahma Chuta Shankara, Prabhiti Birdevai Siddhavandita, Samam Patau Saraswati Bhagavati Nihishesha Jadya Vaha. Omang Namo Devi Saraswatyai. Omang Brahmanye Namaha. We are missing our mother and father and our uncles and aunts. The Devas and the Devis are all our relatives, and they're all in head of the departments of Prakriti. Prakriti is not an empty mass of twirling inert matter racing through space on a mindless journey. It is instead us living inside of an amazingly beautiful, sophisticated creation. And therefore, there are creators, there are maintainers, there are department heads, and they're not the ultimate, but they work for the ultimate. And they're our best friends if we do. And therefore, this has come to mean, especially to me who wasn't born with it, I see the real you. Let's start there. When we meet someone, we either see them correctly or we don't. And this is the international symbol of Vedic understanding and wisdom. I see you as an Atma. You can't die. I can't die. You're an immortal being. If you've forgotten, I'm here to be your friend and remind you. And where I learned that was that place in the Gita where Krishna says to Arjun, right at the beginning, he says, you know, Arjun, because you and I are best friends, I'm going to reveal myself to you. So this is the place where fear stops, is that the Vedic viewpoint is a user-friendly process of building a friendly relationship with all the beings in the cosmos and following them back step by step to the three gunas, to Brahma Saraswati, Shiva Durga, Vishnu Lakshmi, and then being ready to be led to the ultimate beings and knowing.
Brilliant. That's such a lovely summary there, Jeffrey G. And I think one of the things that you've just said that's really stuck out to me was this whole difference between the Dur-Atma on the Kurukshetra and the Mahatma. The Dur-Atma that's always on autopilot, that doesn't actually consider the choices that they're making, but is thinking, in other words, in terms of binary thinking. So success and failure being just one of them, compared to the Mahatma, which is really starting to think a lot deeper, that's starting to take the power back. How can we actually switch from being Duratmas to Mahatmas?
And I believe duress is the English word, but it's also Duryodhana in the Mahabharata. This was set up for us to understand that, first of all, we have to be in a context. The context, if properly understood, is not frightening. And if we were trained from childhood to speak regularly to the department heads, as we just did with Saraswati Ma, and be in touch with them, eventually in my life, I became a Jyotish. Psychology went to Jyotishi. After all, the Western psychologists went to Bharat during colonization, stole ideas, and came back and invented their own psychological viewpoint that was supposedly their invention. To give you an example, Vata Pitta Kapha, endomorph, ectomorph, mesomorph. So the psychologist who invented endomorph, ectomorph, mesomorph didn't invent them. He was a part of the colonizing crew that went to Bharat. He saw the three body types. He renamed it in Latin and then brought it back to the West without saying where he got it. But this concept of body typing in itself is a way of understanding what our vehicle is like. In other words, Jyotish is, among other things, a description of the vehicles and the knowledge that we all are in one. And therefore, we see the individual this way, and we see the analytical understanding of the particular vehicle that they're driving. And isn't it fun? The word karma gives us the English word car. So what car are you driving, folks? This is the basic question. If you don't know, you'll be afraid because you don't know how to drive it. You don't know what you're doing. You're on the road speeding at a terrible speed amongst dangerous persons, supposedly, and you don't know what your car is. You don't know who you are. And so this leads us to then something that also got very misunderstood, which is the four orders of life: Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. And these were seen in a mistaken way during colonization, purposely, again, by the British. And by the way, don't you think the Queen should give back what she stole back in those days? I've been to British museums and all I see is artifacts stolen from Bharat. I think the English need to sort of catch up a little bit, say, okay, we're sorry about that. That was terrible. We didn't do it, our ancestors did. Here's all your things back. Wouldn't that be beautiful? So Jyotish is a way of understanding and keeping aware of this long-term view of how we're doing in the curriculum, and I've got a term for this, of the university. It's not a universe, it's a university. We're here to go to school. We need a user's manual. We need gurus. We need persons to clarify the purpose of this journey. The absence of all of that, we make up some dumb philosophy about who we are that doesn't take away our fear. It leaves us terrified because we know we're living a lie. We know we just made it all up instead of learning it and having confidence and having an actual daily relationship with all of these amazing beings.
So I think that's wonderful. You've just mentioned there something that stuck out in my head, which was colonization. Such a massive concept, which we could speak for ages about. But in the interest of time, let's think about it on a little bit of deeper level. So what we're really saying here, from what I understand, is that an individual has free will. That free will, they've either got a choice here. They can gain full control over the karana that they are driving and to be able to drive in the right direction, or they're going to be confused by delusion and turbidity. How can one make the right choices in life?
Well, the starting point, of course, is having the right definition of self. And this is the Aham Brahmasmi. Who am I really? Well, you are an individual, and you're not going to just blend back into the light and be gone, because that's terrifying also. That's again a misunderstanding of Brahman. Jivera Swarupaya, Nitya Krishna Das. I am an individual. And that individuality is what is not going to go away as an Atma. Aham Brahmasmi. I'm made out of a substance that can't be destroyed. So I'm visiting the place where everything can be destroyed. Just knowing that, I begin to have discernment. Na iti, na iti, na iti. I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not that, I'm not this, I'm not that. That's not me. And these are the sources of fear. All these misdefinitions, all these inexact and inappropriate and not big enough views mean that for certain we're going to be always looking to see what's coming at us with no sense of confidence in the context instead of relaxing. Oh, and this is why every day we who know look at the sun, Surya, and say Om Bhuvasva Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dimahi Dio Yona Prachodaya. I'm like you. I want to be like you. Surya is the symbol of the Atma, of Paramatma, of Brahman, of that which is leaking into this dark basement that we call the universe. And instead of not having a friendly relationship with that 3 times a day, sunrise, noon, and sunset, I remind myself that the sun, Surya, is Brahman personified. And we are of that same nature, Aham Brahmasmi. And therefore, from the moment I wake up till the moment I go back to sleep, and if you're a very diligent yogic practitioner, even in your dreams, you don't believe the fearful messages, you go, no, that's not true. So this process of yoga, which is beginning to be understood as aligning with my body, yes, wonderful. And who's showing us that? I just want to give you a commercial here. Did the yoga movement get started by the male energy? Because this is the problem with English and Western civilization. Everything is he, him, his, mankind. No, we're humankind. We're bhumi kind. Human is humus, which is bhumi. We're bhumi kind, and bhumi is our mother. So this masculine dominance that plagued and plagues, continues to plague Western civilization and most of the cultures that are Abrahamic, because all they have is a male, dangerous, authoritative deity who would love to throw you to hell. And that is not what the Vedic culture has given us at all. This is someone who wants to play with you, has Leela. We'll go to Leela later, but Leela takes away Lala, and it takes away all the other problems, because we're meant to play with the ultimate. And we're just being introduced in various ways at the stages of our learning. And this is what education really should be. Back to you.
So I think it's beautiful there to think of Surya as an expansion of nature, of Brahman, as Brahman the ultimate, and to actually, even in our dreams, I think this is a bit that really struck me, was even in our dreams, we can actually see and we can decipher between the two things. And a lot of us even remember our dreams when we get to a certain stage. Sorry. When we get to a certain stage of being, and we're able to actually recall certain things and how it basically impacts us on a day-to-day basis. Now, even though we may be in the knowing, even though we may actually sense something there, a lot of us still backtrack. A lot of us still haven't developed that belief and that shraddha to ultimately really go all the way. And what advice would you actually offer those people?
Na iti, na iti, na iti. It's known as, so let's make one definition clear. Yoga is linking back to the correct origin from which we have come to this place. It's remembering that we're on a journey, and that where we're from is Aham Brahmasmi. I am from the luminous realm. Surya reminds me of this, and like Surya is lighting up the sky, my Atma is lighting up this body, but it's not alone. It's with Param Atma, who is what? My best friend. And this is why the Gita is user friendly, because we need, and this is very crucial to the Vedic viewpoint and missing elsewhere, we need to be in the correct rasa. Rasa means flavor. We need to have the right kind of relationship. And that is the teaching in yoga. But I wanted to say something about yoga as it came to the West. It came to the West because the feminine had been disabled. That never happened in the First Nations tribes that we displaced when we came to America. America is so incorrect philosophically. It's so arrogant in so many ways because it came to the United States? No, it came to the territories of the First Nations peoples who, guess what? Whose culture was run by the good judgment of the feminine because they were the ones who were the same as Mata Bhumi, Mother Nature. And it was their body that was the source of life. And it was their heart and their feeling treated properly. That was where life was coming from. And we completely, in so-called Western civilization, have neglected this origin of the next beings from the body of the feminine and what she therefore represents at the highest level is the unspoken principle of the Abrahamic religions and Western civilization and science. Instead, the First Nations had it set up so that, and this is something most people don't know, and I find it very amazing, that the so-called democracy of the United States was given to them by a tribe of First Nations people in the northeastern part of what is now called America. And they went to the settlers and gave them their own principles of living and how to live in such a way that you showed respect to everyone and took care of everyone. But this is exactly the replica of the Vedic culture. The First Nations cultures of North America honored the feminine, and the ladies of the tribe could tell the chief, hey, you're being arrogant, stop. Boy, would they have fun right now, wouldn't they? If they told the so-called leader, you're being arrogant. But that's exactly what's needed, isn't it? That the feminine should say, look, relax, be nice, treat everyone with respect. And we've lost this. So our so-called democracy, I call demonocracy. And what we really need is a dharmocracy. We need to bring in principles that are beneficial to everyone, treating everyone with the respect that they deserve, seeing their inside of the body and aren't the body, because all of these are where the fear comes from. And so the idea of democracy, we can thank the First Nations for. The fact that it's not working, we can thank ignorance for. And what we can do is to try to bring the Vedic Vidya into the picture one word at a time. So we eventually have a dharmocracy.
So a democracy, which is so much more powerful, which has come from the First Nations, but it's now a coined term that you have, Jeffrey G. Thinking about this in terms of a rasa, I want to come back to what you pointed out earlier, which was that a rasa is coming from heart, it's coming from feeling. So it actually goes a lot deeper into our beings, into our psyche, and it really ultimately disciplines the mind when we're able to step into this. How can we actually achieve this through meditation, where we can step away from the attachments and the aversions that we have to certain disciplines, to certain life goals that we have, and to come back to being, to come back to ourselves as we truly are, as Atmas, as free will individuals?
So let's divide. That's a great question. Let's divide it into the Mahabharata was given because, actually, so was the Ramayana, because the Das Avatar, Matsya Kurma Varahascha, Narada Singho cha Vamana, Ramo Rama cha Ramascha, Krishna Kalkir Janardanaha. In the Ramayana, a avatar, a descent, a purposeful descent of the ultimate and supreme beings, plural, came to earth and put on a show for us. I'll give you a word. Veda is to see. And video, the English word comes direct from it. A movie, a video, is a stolen word during colonization from Veda. Veda is the movie about what really happened in history. And itihasa is its name in Sanskrit. The word history came from that. The history is at specific intervals of time as the entropy takes place within Prakriti. Therefore, the environment is going to be less agreeable, less ideal. Then Avatar, first Rama and Sita, well, actually, eighth Rama and Sita, not ninth Rama and Sita, and 10th. Oh, no, that's right. Eighth, ninth is Krishna and his friends, and 10th is Kalki, who's going to end it at the end. So Matsya Kurma Varahascha, Nara Singho cha Vamana, Ramo Rama cha Ramascha, Krishna Kalkir Janardanaha. Even the universe, being a temporary creation, has a timetable. But the Vedic culture has it that the Supreme Being doesn't always remain distant, but in the personal form that always exists, comes with friends, brings the whole camera crew down, has scholars ready, and the language Sanskrit is the film process because it's so precise. Those words don't change over time. If you learn Sanskrit, you see what precision it is, and you see that Latin had more precision than English, so it was brought into sloppy English. Without that, a couple thousand Latin words, we wouldn't be able to have science in English. You know this muscle right here? What's it called? If you say the forearm, I say, no, I mean, really, what's it called? What does a doctor call it? Extensor digitorum profundus. It's not the forearm, it's the, let's be literal, it's the extensor digitorum profundus. That's Latin for you. But Latin is just dumbed down Sanskrit and Greek. So if we don't understand this, we didn't during colonization, but now it's time we do. Now, along with the Sanskrit comes the avatars whose particular purpose is to be yuga avatars. And prior to Kali Yuga, which we entered about 5,000 years or so ago, 7,000 years ago, prior to Kali Yuga, the avatar appears that is going to give us the tools for not being chaos and not being discouraged and not giving up on life during the Yuga. And this is what the Veda is. But in particular, the Veda is the whole history. So it's all the texts, Rig Veda, Samaveda, Tharva Veda, 108 Upanishads, all of it. But for us recently, the Leela of Krishna's tu Bhagavan Svayam, Krishna's appearance at the edge of the two yugas, and the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita, the user's manual, the one that tells us how to operate in the midst of the chaos of fight that is going on around us. That chaos is what you catch if you don't read the Gita. If you read the Gita, you hear, and this is the next interesting word. What does Kshatriya mean? Does it mean to hurt? It means to protect. The basis of democracy, the basis of Dharma, is if you have power, use it to protect. If you have authority and influence, use it to protect. Protect who? This as yet unknowing Atmas that have taken birth, and then foster the guru system so that there are persons who have specifically become learned in and only wish to share that viewpoint, no other desire. So this Mahatma perspective is the ultimate destroyer of fear. And the Mahabharata and the Ramayana are the two most recent movies that were made. The Veda, the videos, the Vidya, they're the Vedic Vidya videos given to us in Sanskrit, Sanskritam, the language that is precise and doesn't lose its meaning over time. And we are in Kali Yuga, a disturbed and chaotic time. Therefore, we need to very diligently arm ourselves. Oh, wait, I think it's in the Gita, armed with yoga, stand, and now that's where Kshatriya comes in, and not fight. It's stand and protect. It's a mistake to think that Kshatriyas are killers. First of all, they know no one can be killed. Second of all, they're protectors. And guess what? It's in Jyotish, Nakshatra. Who's watching over us? The stars, the planets, the devas, the devis. They're not our enemy. They're the source of everything that we do all day long, every day. We're in their midst. And all of this opportunity for honoring, for staying connected to, is given to everyone who's willing to receive it.
Jeffrey,
removes fear.
Jeffrey, a global namaste to you. What a wonderful bringing of Bhagavad Gita live once again. Everybody loves the way you deliver it. It's so beautiful. Just before we let you go, because we've got others that we have to move on to, but before we let you go, and shortly, for a minute or two, we want to know about life without fear. But before that, Jeffrey, can you bless one of our wonderful soul whose birthday it was just a day before? And this is our special guest here, our lead for the Veda Mela, Dhanada Kulkarni. She's a Ved Acharya. So a special blessing from you, Jeffrey, first, and Amrita, you can sing happy birthday to her.
Thank you. Sure.
I will be glad to do what you asked, but I just have to tell you the literal meaning of the word bless is to sprinkle with blood. And it's the blood of Jesus, so it's not an appropriate Sanskrit terminology nor one to use in a discussion of this sort, but it shows you how colonized we are, no matter how sincere. And so I will not sprinkle it with blood. But
so Jeffrey, in that case, give her your Ashirvad.
Yeah, there we go. That's thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Because each of us has been given something, and we may give it to others. And this mood of giving is always remember, never forget. What helps you to remember, do that. What makes you forget, don't do that. That is the best advice I can give you. And the last would be that the name of the ultimate being and the ultimate being are the same. So
there you are, Dhanada.
Thank you. Thank you.
Special Ashirvad from Jeffrey Armstrong over there from Vasa organization. He brings not just the Bhagavad Gita live. Jeffrey has been writing books for so many years. one of the latest book that we will just take a quick comment on before we move on to you, Sharon, and Karine in up there in USA as well. Amrita, a quick sing song for Danada, and we just take a comment on life without fear.
Yes. So, Danada ji, this is for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. To our very dear Vedacharya Danada ji. A very happy birthday from all of us at Healing Our Earth family. Wishing you a very, very special new year as you go around the sun. Om Shanti.
Thank
खूप
you.
सारा आशीर्वाद.
Thank you, Amrita and Dhanada. So Hitendra will be in touch with you. He's very keen to do an outreach with Jeffrey Armstrong there in North Carolina or Texas. So please keep in touch, and then you can connect with Sandy, who is all here as well, and Riddhi, even tail end of this year or next year. Let's bring love, harmony, unity up there in America as well. And we take a quick comment on this latest book, and you can just surf and just put and type in Life Without Fear, and it will actually appear. It's available actually on, I think, on Amazon right now. Jeffrey, Life Without Fear.
I'm afraid I don't know what to say.
I love the quote at the back, which is there, that we fear failure, we fear success, and we fear the unknown. There is an opportunity to move beyond any paralyzing or constricting fears in your life. So you need to reach out to this book, anybody who has got any fear of any kind, and this will help you. So what was going on in your mind, Jeffrey? What brought you to bring this subject, which is very useful subject?
Well, I just wanted to remind you, my birth name is Jeffrey Armstrong.
Yes.
And I've changed it to Jeffrey Dharma Strong. My partner, Sandhya Devi, or Sandy Graham, together, though, and she has First Nations background in her family, and I have Gypsy blood in mine. But aside from that, it is this understanding of what we've been given by the rishis of the Vedic culture, and that it is to be implemented and used during Kali Yuga. All of us who are dissatisfied with what we see around us have come back this lifetime to be fear removers, to be the embodiment and the carrier for the Vedic Vidya that removes the terror. And when you remove the fear and the terror, people cannot be controlled by power mongers. And this is what we're looking at on the news every day right now. This is the medicine, and that is the problem. Fear is the weapon that is used against everyone. And when you can't be intimidated and don't have fear like that, then you're not going to be broken by any terrible, asuric, dominating fearmonger who wants you to shivel and shake and say, yes, sir, whatever you say, sir. Instead, we're going to say, not really. And by the way, Om Bhuvasva. Let's do something we can all do. Let's look at the sun. Surya, Aryaman, Bhaga. Every day when I go for my daily walk for an hour, I do the 108 names of Surya. Om Surya Aryaman Bhaga Tvastar Pushan Arka Savitur Ravi. I turn the light up so high that no creature of the dark can survive in the darkest corner of the basement of my being. They're gone. And I, again, remember that I stand in the light, live the light, personify that light, bring it to everyone, and see everyone exactly in that way, and offer it to them with humility, kindness, and affection, and protection. because the ultimate Kshatriya Dharma of Arjun, Draupadi, and us is look at everyone and do what you can to protect them from fear.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And so, if you want to know about life without fear, just search in the search engine. Life Without Fear is available by Jeffrey Armstrong or Kavinder Rishi. Whatever you know him from, is the same soul who is there. Jeffrey, I'm going to go live into America right now, where because they couldn't attend the Kumbh Mela, they are there in the Kumbh Mela in United States of America, in I think in Los Angeles. Hitendra is the one I mentioned that who is very keen that next year we do an outreach in person with them. A global namaste, Hitendra, do you read me?
So as you do that, just remember, Los Angeles is Lost Angels.
Indeed.
And angels are just the incorrect word for devas and devis. So let's see if we can help everyone always remember and never forget. Overcome their fear and come together in this mood.
And particularly in this time when they're still ravaging with fires. Hitendra, do you read me over?
Yes, I can. Are you
Yes.
able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And please.
I want to flip the things. Are you able to see and hear me?
Indeed, we can. Yes, please.
All right. So, global namaste, everyone. This is Hitendra Rana on behalf of Soul Satsang and Healing Over Earth from the Kailasa USA Temple in Los Angeles area, USA. We are part of the California here in the western side of USA. As you can see, there is a beautiful swimming pool here set up for the Kumbh Mela celebration. And they have brought the water of 21 different rivers from India and other parts of the world. Deities from different temples of Kailasa from different part of the world will be getting the holy dip. And also some of the temples of Canada and USA are participating into it. We are also doing the holy dip to the gurus of Samarpan meditation from Himalayas, whom I follow. So we will give the holy dip to the subtle body photo of our masters. And currently there is a Rudra Yajna going on in the tent there. So I'm going to give you a little tour of the temple inside to give you idea what is going to happen. After the Rudra Havan, there will be a procession, as you can see, and in that procession, there will be different gods and goddesses and deities who will be traveling, like they will be in the procession, and then they will get the dip into that Kumbh Mela Snan. We saw the swimming pool that was set up. So you can see this. Beautiful setup here.
That's wonderful. Yes, we can see that. Karen, have you been here?
Have
Have you
the
been to this temple?
registration desk. Sorry?
I'm asking Sharon if she has been to this temple. No, she hasn't.
Yes. And you can see there is a international representation of the Kailasa Uniting Nations over here, all the different countries. This is the current guru or master, and different masters who were part of the lineage over here. Lord Ganesha. Here, it's a beautiful temple with different deities, Hindu deities. You can see this is the Kshetrapal, or the one form of the Lord Shiva that protects Navagraha Devata, different planets. Goddess Lakshmi. This is Garuda. This is Lord Hanuman. Rama, Lakshmana, Sita, Ma Amba, Radha Krishna.
Great. So yeah, I'm seeing everybody here.
You also see the Ganesha statue. Then this is Ananda Mahalakshmi, Lord Venkateshwara, one of the tallest and biggest statue in America of Lord Venkateshwara. And here something very interesting that you are going to see. What you see on the right side is the Kapila Muni, and state of California is like the Kapila Aranyam because Kapila Muni from India, he came all the way to USA in those days.
The other camera. How do we get to see that?
And the current living guru on the left side. But Ananda Murti, Shiva, and Parvati that you see. And another big statue of Sri Rajarajeshwari. This is in the form of the fully realized Durga, Siddhidaत्री. This is, you can say, Ananda Subramanya or Lord Murugan, Kartikeya, whom we know. Ardhanareshwar, you can see. And this is Shabda Veda, as we were listening from Jeffrey about the Vedas. So Shabda Veda is the knowledge of enlightened man in words, and this is the image of Dakshinamurti, Ananda Dakshinamurti, Lord Shiva as the enlightened being giving enlightenment to the humanity. This one is Ardhanareshwara Rupa, half feminine, half masculine energy, or Mahaparvati and Shiva, both in one. Again, the living form of Guru.
Okay, I know you want to, I know you all gather to practice.
And this is the last part again.
Okay.
It's very big. It seems to be a very big temple. Which state?
Yes.
Is in California.
This is
Which
in
city?
California. It is in, I mixed up the name. I'll give you later the name. Okay?
Yes, it looks very beautiful. There's a lot of
Montclair. We are in Montclair, California, which is suburb of Los Angeles.
It's amazing.
Yes. So we are here for the Kumbh Mela.
Yes.
And
what time does it start?
Kumbh Mela will start at 1:30 p.m. Right now it is around 10 o'clock.
Yes.
So it will be after probably 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Okay.
They have created different booths over here. So thank you for allowing me to be part of Healing Our Earth to introduce this place.
Thank you for sharing it with us. We had a free darshan over there. Anjali was happy she's in Hyderabad. Janada, who couldn't attend, she's in Texas. Sharon is in Creston. Kareem could not attend as well. So that was beautiful to give a darshan of what's going on. And
Thank you once again.
We'll catch up with you some other time, Hitendra.
Yes, thank you. Happy birthday, Janada, once again.
And earlier, Jeffrey Armstrong was here. And so we said, Janada, will keep in touch either tail end of this year or next year. What you're planning over there. Maybe Riddhi or Amrita will keep all of you in loop, okay?
Yes. We are already in the group now. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Take care and we'll be with you back again in a while.
Thanks. Global Namaste, everyone.
Global Namaste. And yes, while we have got that, Sandy, if you are here, there was an offer you are making for a retreat. Sandy, if you are here, unmute yourself and put a video on. And maybe you can tell us about that. Sandy, she is somewhere here. Yes, Sandy. Yes, beautiful.
Namaste. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. I love these satsangs. It's so wonderful to join the UK group, and really expands our reach, and it's lovely meeting everybody. So here's Jeffrey. Sorry.
Yes.
Just wanted to let everybody know that we've got one oceanfront room left for the retreat with Jeffrey Armstrong in Tulum. And this room is, since it's available, I'd love to fill it. We're offering a $500 discount to anybody who'd like to join. And that's February 27th to March 4th. And if you go to jeffreyarmstrong.com, the details are there. If you do decide you'd like to come, I know it's last minute, three weeks away, don't pay on the website. Please contact me and I'll offer the discount a different way through an invoice. So we would love it if some of our UK friends came. Ride came last year to the Vancouver one and we loved having her, and it was a great experience for everybody. Learning from Jeffrey for a whole 5 days is such a fabulous immersion. So thank you.
We call it a retreat because everyone knows that word, but it's actually speeding forward.
So wherever you are connected from, and if you are available, it's 3 weeks from now, just go to jeffreyarmstrong.com. There is an event section. You will see the retreat and its information. And then there is a contact number where you can connect to Sandy, or whichever email you go to, it will come to Sandy and she will offer you a discount. It doesn't apply to just UK because we are global, whichever country you are from. If it's near to you and you wish to attend, it will be fun. Just visit jeffreyarmstrong.com, and best of luck. So thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you,
These
Sandy.
retreats are also a beautiful experience where you've got two Dharma gurus who are with you throughout the 5 days, and you're learning everything from yoga to Ayurveda to healthy, nutritious cooking, bhakti, karma. It offers you the whole work. So literally, if any of you are even contemplating thinking about going to the retreat, I really do suggest that you reach out to Sandy G, and she'll be the best person to speak to about it. But it's such a wonderful experience. It literally feels like cloud9 moments when we can spend that, even just a fragment of time, in the company of gurus. So thank you both so much for all that you do.
Thank you, Riddhi. And Riddhi has actually been there. So it comes from the horse's mouth. She enjoyed very much. She loves going to there. So if you are near there and you can make it, just go for it. jeffreyarmstrong.com event section. And now we move on to Sharon. And sorry about that, Karine. You had to wait about an hour, but this is what happens at Healing Our Earth. We get so many people in there and we visit impromptu sites. So Sharon, a global namaste, our quantum chi producer, our classical dancer, our choreographer, and our complete host, which brings so many facilitators every week. It's all yours and Karine's for the next 20 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, a moment before I introduce Karen, who I adore, I have a commentary for Jeffrey, and that's learning from Guruji Sitara Devi to embody all of these deities that he's talking about is an extraordinary experience that I just feel that all of you should have that kind of experience to actually take their poses and dance them and feel their Shakti flowing through you. It really gives you a sense of true alignment with their chi, their life force, their energy, that's always available to us. All we have to do is reach out. So on that note, I want to introduce Karen Sorvik. She is in the film Quantum Chi, which is, yes, being completed as we speak. And I have great news for you all. I was asked this week to be a member of the Research and Education Committee for the National Qigong Association in the US. So I will be bringing lots of interesting information and our integrated health areas to them. So I want to introduce you to Karen right now. Karen Sorvik started her journey. Hi, Karen. So global namaste to you. It's just a joy to see you. I see you on the screen as we're editing. So I'll tell you about her. Karen Sorvik started her journey in the performing arts as an actor, hey, like myself, and was fascinated by the magic that's created during a performance. To further her search, she began to look into Eastern methods. She studied Tai Chi and I Chuan, is that? With Master Tang. Oh, I have to ask you what that is. Participated in several Tai Chi Chuan competitions in South America. She moved to the US in 2001 to serve the Taoist community and to further her practice. She studied with several Taoist masters, Ron Diana, B.P. Chang, Dr. Stephen Chang, and what we call the very famous Master Mantak Chia. Karen Sorvik is currently the director of the Healing Tao Center and neizangqigong.com, founder of the nonprofit, the Healing Tao Society. She's a practitioner and counselor in Taoist healing practices. These practices include Tao Yin, Taoist yoga. Tao Yin, I want to talk to you about that too. Nutrition, herbology, meditation, Tai Chi, I Chuan, and Neizang Qigong therapy. She's been teaching for the last 25 years in Europe, Latin America, and the United States. So Global Namaste, welcome. It's such a joy to bring you on to Healing Our Earth. We've had many of your friends from the movie and from the Qigong world, like Dr. Roger Yunka and Bill Douglas and more. So it's a joy to have you. So I want, first of all,
yes,
describe, I've been looking into Daoyin. In China, you can't use the word gong.
Yeah.
Right? So lately I've been thinking, if I want to do something like maybe edit the film so it can be shown in China, that I would use the Daoyin. So we looked it up, and what was fascinating to me is it said that it was originally, it drew from dance traditions.
Yeah.
So tell us all about what is Daoyin.
Okay. Thank you for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here and to be able to share the Taoist practices and what I have in my being. So Dao Yin, it's actually Dao Yi In, and it's to move with intention the energy. And it was the original name before Qigong. So actually, if you use Dao Yin, you're going to be fine. And there's a book by Livia Kahn, Healing Exercises, that shows you that is the most ancient form of practice in China. And also that what you were asking me about the Chuan, which is the postures of the statues, and then it goes into movement. So it's very interesting, and we can really then dive into it more. But that would be the two things that I would say about it. So Dao Yin or Douyin, it's the other way, D-O, and then hyphen I-N would be another word to use. And that would be prior to China being communist. The Qigong name came after that. So then you'll be covered.
Yes, I'm reading a book called Qigong Fever. Did you ever read that?
I see.
It's about
no, I haven't.
It's about the labeling Qigong, about how the CCP brought Qigong in because one of his compadres on the Long March was healed through probably a Daoyin practitioner.
Yeah.
And so they brought that in as a health. They took away the spiritual aspects and focused on the health aspects and spread it throughout the country. And then throughout these ensuing years, there are times when it's really popular. And then, like now, depending on, the Falun Gong, that was the big problem.
Yeah.
But they're still doing the practices. They just changed the names to be,
Yeah. And Ron used to say always, if they limit you, just change the name and keep doing whatever you're doing. because in essence, it's about the teachings and the practice. The Tao will always flow with, changing names, but the essence and the spirit story remains. And one of the things that has happened a lot is this, that it has gone to the scientific way of proving what we are doing, and we are losing the essence, which is spirituality. This is about our whole being, a light being, as we were, he was talking before. So it is about holding the light, and the light has to do with more than this dimension. And, prove, when I went to China, this thing about trying to prove Qigong, you have to have 10,000 times doing the same emission to 10,000 people. And that's not the way about this practice. So we need to change the paradigm about how we name and we talk about it, bringing back the invisible, bringing back the spirituality, which is the growth of the being as a light being. That's Qigong.
Yes, I agree. When Jeffrey was talking about protection, I was thinking about the concept of the Wei Qi field.
Yeah.
So tell us about what that is.
Well, this thing about being in the light, there is this thing that as you open yourself into a state of compassion, where all your inner organs and your chi field, your energy field are united and are connected, bounds anything that is not light. And that's the way we practice. So when we talk about the 6 healing sounds, it's the beginning of the practice because we remove from the organ the lowest frequency. We bring the organs to their highest vibration, which is virtue. So, for instance, if we talk about the liver, which is, the moment, the springtime now coming out, the wood year of the snake, it is a wood time, so it's a conducive time to bring out all the toxins of that liver. And that is anger, and it's frustration. And so the which is the very low noise of the organ, as we vibrate it, as we massage it, as we shake it, it tunes up. It has a sound. It becomes, in harmony, and it becomes virtuous. And so it has kindness. So we move it. And as we move all the organs from noise to sound, they become a family in harmony. And that is being in the light.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting because what started me with quantum chi altogether was I was working on a film on the light body and cultures around the world. So I was introduced to Grandmaster Matak Chia. And so the first thing that he transmitted on camera to me was this teaching about the 6 healing sounds, because he said, that's how you grow your light body.
Yeah. And it's so tangible that anybody can connect to it. Because when you start talking about a light body, it's something that you can grasp sometimes. But if you put your hand and you start shaking with something that is very tangible and yours, and the possibility of transformation that's instant. So you get a feedback right away of how you can change yourself. And that brings empowerment to somebody, that it's not me who's healing you. I'm giving you tools to heal yourself, to be back in tune, to be connected, to be one with the light force and the life force.
That's what really inspired me when I went and met all of these teachers all at once. Yeah. And it was the self-healing, taking your health into your own hands aspect, and also the grace and eloquence and loving heart of all these teachers I met that brought me into this world of Qigong and Taoism. So, and this practice,
Yes.
I've been doing since I met Master Chia, which was like around 2016.
Yes,
And I want to
2016.
tell you all that it's an extraordinary practice for working with your emotional body. It just clears all the stuck chi and toxins in your organs. So I know you want to teach us a little. So
yeah, so I'll just do one of them because of the time frame we have. But I just wanted to bring back because of what Jeffrey said before, fear. Fear in the body is located in the kidneys. And so fear, the highest vibration becomes wisdom. So as we work through the organs, we come to a position that we can face our own fears and move into a wisdom state. And so I'll just give you, it's like the wheel of life. You start with the liver, you go to the heart, you go to the lungs, you go to the spleen and pancreas, and then you go into the kidneys. So as you bring and you tune up, you're cleaning on all different levels. So you clear the toxins on the physical level of the organ. You also clear the emotional emotions that are in that organ, and you connect back into the circuit, the matrix, so that the energy body now is connected and flowing. And when that happens, you connect with the spiritual body. So as you do one simple Qigong exercise, you're accessing all of this range, this rainbow of dimensions at the same time. And you don't have to hold it in your brain or trying to see it. You just hold your organ, and the more present you are in the organ, that ripples out. So I invite you all to sit at the edge of your chair and wiggle your tail so that your spine can start not being stiff, but that snake, we entered the year of the snake, so let's bring that energy that's dormant to be active and alive. So your sitting bones are moving, and you allow the gentleness of the shaking. Don't make it too strong. Always be gentle on yourself. It's always gradual transitions. And once you find that it's a little bit looser, allow the body to stop on the outside and start feeling that spine is alive and open and connected and sending information from the top to the bottom and from the bottom to the top. And so we can sit now with a body that is awake, and we're going to now bring our attention to our feet and how we are connected to Mother Earth. So we stretch our toes into the ground, and as we press the toes into the ground, notice what happens to the inside of your legs, to the pelvic floor, your perineum. There's like a rising. So we are connecting and allowing that energy from the earth to come into us. And so we are connected down to the earth. And as we have opened the spine, all the energy goes up to the crown and connects with heaven, with the sun, with the stars, the moon, and the planets. So earth below and heaven above, shining light down to us as we're fully charged with the earth energy from below, rooted, upright, and connected. We smile into our being. And there's an inhale and an exhale. An inhale into fullness and an exhale into emptiness. The 4 stages of the breath. We go out and we expand, full body breathing, and we exhale and come back, condense in our center. So our lungs are connected to the trees, to nature, and we are interdependent with the trees, with nature. And with each exhale, a little bit of what is ripe to let go of the body is what we're going to work on. So we're going to bring our hands to the right side of the body, the rib cage and under. And notice your breathing. Are you breathing in that area? Is it stiff? Is it charged? Sometimes the liver is stiff. So we're going to bring a little bit of a shaking so that the liver has mobility and motility. Gentle shaking with a lot of listening inside, looking inside. The vision is connected to the liver. So connect your vision, your inner vision, into your liver. And slowly stop the shaking and look inside. The liver is large from right to left. It's a sponge that filters all the toxins of the body. Its color is green, so it can be murky, it can be very stiff. And there's a sound that helps release whatever's ready for you to let go. On a physical level of the toxins, on the emotional level, all the anger and frustration. So we look inside, and the sound is shh, but it's not from the throat. As we shake the organ, let the organ bring out the sound. So you do it a little bit and you rest. So the doing is the yang time of the exercise, and the listening and the release is the yin time to allow things to change, to move. So anytime, anywhere, you can always grab it if you're really about to punch somebody. Just transform it. It's a lot of energy that instead of pushing it out, transform it, and raise your vibration. You end up saying thank you to the one that activated your anger or your frustration. So now that we have connected to the organ, that we know the sound, we're going to place our hands on top of our thighs. A bit further out there, on our thighs. And there's going to be a movement, the Qigong movement, which is we bring the arms from the sides, we come up, and depending on how open you are, you're going to be able to bring your hands together, turn them, and lean to the left, or just do it a little bit further forward and just do it. What you don't want is to close the picture frame. You want your shoulders down and you don't want them to be tight. So I'll show it to you again. We inhale, we come up. We turn and look up and we go to the side. And when we are at the side, we push everything that's from the liver out the arms, out the fingers. And with our vision, we keep guiding that murkiness out to be recycled by Mother Earth. And then we come back to center and we bring our arms down to the side to have a yin moment of just being connected with your organ. So let's start. Now that I've explained it, feet connected to the earth, energy rising up to your perineum, up the spine, up to the crown. You open your crown, connect to the sun and the moon, the planets and the stars, and your breath connected to nature, to the trees, interdependent on your 3 levels. With the next inhale, we bring the arms up. Anything that's ripe is going to go out, turn out, and exhale with a sound. Shh. Push it out your fingers, out, and return. Bring your eyes and your inner vision into your liver and check color. There's a taste that it's sour, so you might have some of that in your mouth. And other ways of releasing are going to be with yawning, with tears, or coughing. And you bring clear green light into your liver, smiling to your liver. We're going to do it one more time. Inhale. All that into your liver. And whatever is ready to go, we push it out. Shh. We let it go to be transformed. And bring your hands now to your liver with kindness and green light to its higher vibration of kindness. Feeling the space that the liver can breathe and move and expand and be a sponge again, to be able to continue its work. We acknowledge its function. We honor the liver. And we massage clockwise the belly, just so we spread this to the other organs, to connect the family, liver and heart, and stomach and spleen, and lungs and kidneys, of the family, the 5 elements. And we bring it back all the way the spiral into our belly, to our belly button, to our center, lower center, to ground it so we can embody what we have just done. So that this process from darkness to light remains within ourselves and doesn't scatter, but continues to go on. Since we've activated, we triggered a movement that's going to ripple and continue. As long as we stay in this frequency of being connected, of breathing back to the Tao, back to the source. So if we have gone back with our eyes closed and inside, slowly open your eyes so that you can see both ways, inwards and outwards. And that's where we want to be, looking in and out at the same time, so that we don't go forward with our eyesight, but we stay in our center. Thank you.
That was, I love this practice. And the way you teach it is just beautiful, beautiful. I'm like, okay, now my other organs are like, oh.
Yes, I felt the same way. You know, that's why I rub the belly, just at least get a connection. Because when one works, okay, now we know what you have to do. We know. We go all the way around it.
I'm so happy to see you. Global Namaste, Lakshmi ji. How was your experience of doing this exercise?
Totally different experience. I've never done anything like this before. So, I mean, I've only done Iyengar yoga. So this was something very, very new to me. And I could follow every instruction of yours very clearly. So I enjoyed the whole time thoroughly.
Thank you.
I mean, I appreciate you for your patience.
My pleasure.
I love Karen. Her joy and radiance is so, we can just see it, we can feel it. It's transformative. She transmits in a just lovely, lovely, enlivening way. Namaste, Lataji.
Namaste, namaste. After such a long time, I'm seeing all of you. So wonderful to see you.
Hello,
Not
namaste, global namaste to you, Sharon and Lakshmi
Sharon.
dear,
Thank you. Thank you.
and everyone else. Shivani, you've made it. Well done. Thank you
So
for
how was
joining.
what was your experience like of this practice?
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very cleansing. And I think I think it's very important to cleanse the liver because it's so full and congested of toxins living in the town, not like you, where you live in the open fields, the air where it's cleaner and the water's cleaner. So we need it all the more, don't we, living in
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Yes.
That's why it's so important to have something that is very tangible and do it at any time of the day. Because a lot of times what happens is, oh, I don't have the time. I'm going to do it later in the day. And this is just take a minute whenever it grabs you, whenever you feel that you're fully congested, and take care of it. Then we can do a daily practice, an evening practice of whatever is from the day. But sometimes it just grabs you in the middle, almost hit by a car, and your body is in a state of anger and reaction at that moment. So at that moment, just hold it. And even you can do it so vocally, but acknowledge it so that it's, it is there and present, that I'll take care of it a little bit later. But just to stay more connected with what affects us and how we have tools to right away, write it off. And because it's a lot of energy that has come to us, and so instead of being dulled and put down, we take it back to us. So we cleanse it physically, but emotionally, it's a lot of energy that we can take back for ourselves instead of like pushing it out.
Thank you, Karine. Karine, you are part of Healing Our Earth now. Sharon, thank you for bringing Karine. Let's take a quick comment from Shivani, then we want to go to Dawn Red and Mary there, who are going to chant or sing for us as well. And we'll ask Alexandra, who won the results for the handball, I think it was. And Danada, you were also following what Karine was doing during the session. How did you feel?
It was amazing. I know the organs and the emotions in TCM, they are really very bound, and we all carry such a unseen stress on daily life. We have no biological clock aligned to ourselves. Most of do very rigorous stress gaining practices rather than losing it, and this is amazing to know what you do, especially the vibration sitting at the edge of the chair and knowing that how many trigger points you can really experience yourself is amazing. Thank you so much. Are you based in Dallas?
No, I am right now in a small village in Argentina. That's where that's why I'm sweating so much. It's a heat wave, and I turned off the fan so that it wouldn't disrupt. But yes, I moved to a very simple life to be here with my boys, and I do travel and teach. That's what I do now at this stage, and I'm back to academia and trying to get my PhD and write a paper about this. So
Oh, beautiful. Congratulations on that and best luck. We look forward to host you soon with Sharon. Let's see if
Okay, my pleasure. Sure.
I would
Anytime.
love that. Oh, would I love that. I love traveling.
So it's so wonderful we are connected to the different parts of the country. Nice to have somebody from South America right now. Dawn, get ready. Shortly we'll be coming to you. Alexandra, you can welcome Dawn in a moment. Let's have a quick comment from Shivani, who has recently been joining us. Shivani, how did you feel?
Very good evening to everyone. I've joined a little late, sorry, apologies. But whatever I saw in the session, it was amazing. I wish I should have joined a bit early. but it was quite soothing and relaxing. I could sense it. So yeah, definitely I don't want to miss your session next time. So it was lovely seeing you, Karen. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. So happy to
Beautiful.
have shared something that triggered a ripple effect.
Thank you, Shivani, for your contribution. Lata will keep you in touch with all the episodes. Next week, we are having integrated health, and following week will be Valentine special. Come, sing, dance, joke, poem, whatever you like. Let's bring love, unity, and harmony. Mita, your quick comment before we move to Alexandra. And Dawn will have a little session of chanting with us and humming. Mita, your comment. Just unmute yourself. That's it.
Thanks, ma'am. I'm ahead of you,
Yes, Mita, are you trying to say something? We can't. Can you hear us, Mita?
Sorry?
Yes, we are asking you your quick comment, please.
Oh, okay. Yoga and meditation is one of my favorite topics since being a practitioner for 40 years. And anything and everything what the contributors have been, facilitators have been bringing in is something very new for me. So it is, it's a vast field. It's never-ending field. You cannot know the whole expanse of yoga and meditation. So it's a learning exercise every time you do it. And if someone else is doing it, you know, your energy, Karen, is, as Sharon said, so radiant, you know, so it's impossible not to enjoy your session. So, and yeah, so it is, it's a brilliance which has been brought in person by everyone in this virtual world is reminder of, you know, people like me who are yoga practitioners and still don't do it, that, you know, how many things you can do, and it's a matter of few minutes as well. So it's a good reminder to not forget about our well-being and connecting with the you know, with the divinity, because yoga means, you know, our personal own soul consciousness uniting with the higher consciousness. And we got the being human beings, we got the you know, capacity to do that. And it's amazing. Thank you very much for everyone's contribution today, and thanks, Karin, for your session. Thanks a lot.
Yes. And I like to add is what the Taoists want to put an emphasis is in to take care of this body, so that as we live longer, we have more chances of attain a better spirituality and achieve enlightenment. So the taking care of the physical body is very important, because it's all happening within us, that we can raise our consciousness and attain enlightenment. So taking care of the physical body, it's like the, you know, the foundation for the Taoist practices.
Thank you, Corinne, in Argentina. And just for those who are on social media, Facebook and a website and other partner channels, if you like to visit Corinne's website, then here it is. It's a beautiful website. It's our healing arts, online classes, live workshop, and Nat Qigong over here. So it's so beautiful. You can visit there and you can know more about our online classes, the calendar, and there is much more to it. So wonderful. So don't forget to visit the website, NEITSANG Qigong. So we can't go wrong, is that right? .com.
Yes. Nate Sang Qigong.
So
internal energy movement.
there you are. Shift your frequency, get your movement going on in your energy, and it'll be beautiful. So, Karin, wait round, see what we have got lined up for you next, and then you can make a comment, and we'll be back with you. Sharon, let's welcome Alexandra, your co-host from Croatia, who is going to welcome Dawn and Mary, who both have been on Healing Our Earth. Alexandra, please welcome them.
Global namaste to everyone. I'm coming back from the handball game, and Dawn and Mary have been waiting here and I think listening and observing and learning. And so, yeah, welcome and thanks for staying with us. And what have you prepared today for us?
And before Dawn speaks, who won?
Oh, don't say we lost. We lost. I don't know, Karin, do you have anything? Are you Danish?
Yes, she's in Argentina.
But otherwise,
My ancestry is from Sweden and from Holland.
From
So
Holland.
Servik is South Bay, Swedish dad,
Sweden.
and
Okay.
mom is Dutch.
Oh, wonderful. No, Denmark won against Croatia, but we are second in the world, 3.5 million people, but we still are second in the world in handball. So I had to watch.
Congratulations, well done. Still the runner-up, and hey, next time maybe the winner.
Exactly. So I'm really looking forward to our next guests, Dawn, Red Sun, and Mary. So thank you and welcome. Willkommen.
Danke. Thank you for having us. It was like a very, just very deep experience today, and just very grateful for all the wisdom that was shared. Like so inspiring, and I definitely will go back and take some notes again.
Yes, the same YouTube link becomes the recording link. So Dawn, over the next 10 minutes, it's yours between you and Mary. Just keep on humming and bring some peace, love, and liberty and harmony on the earth. Over to you.
Thank you. So we're going to sing a song that is dedicated to Mother Oshun. And Mom's going to say a little bit more.
So Oshun is the queen and the goddess of waters, the rivers, the lakes, and the waterfalls. And she's associated with femininity, with our sexuality, with love, with our emotions, and the purification through our emotions, and just our wealth and our prosperity. So we're going to sing about Oshun. And Dawn wrote this song, and we recorded it in Hamburg this summer.
We recorded it, but it's not yet released. It's still being refined.
So go ahead.
But yeah, you get to hear the first live, the live version, the first time we're actually singing it live. So yeah.
Thank you. Please go ahead. And there's no copyright music in this, is there? It's all yours.
It's all mine. It's all
hit the button. Let's listen to you. Go live.
You can start. River Oshun, River Oshun, Mother Oshun, Mother Oshun, River Oshun, River Oshun, Mother Oshun, Mother Oshun. I offer you all of my peace. I offer you honey so sweet. I offer you all of my gifts. I offer you all that resists. Mother Oshun, Mother Oshun, River Oshun, River Oshun, Mother Oshun, Mother Oshun, River Oshun, River Oshun. I offer you prayers of peace. I offer you all of my sweetness. I offer you coins of abundance. I offer you all that you want.
River Ocean, River Ocean, River Ocean, Mother Ocean, River Ocean, River Ocean, Mother Ocean, Mother Ocean. Thanking the ones who walked before me. Only joy can lift and set us free. Drinking ocean, renewable energy. Diving under the feet. River Ocean, River Ocean, Mother Ocean, Mother Ocean, River Ocean, River Ocean, Mother Ocean, Mother Ocean, River Ocean, River Ocean, Mother Ocean, Mother Ocean, River Ocean, River Ocean, Mother Ocean, Mother Ocean.
Beautiful. It was so wonderful and nice. And you know what? Our Sharon has got experience with Osho as well. So Sharon, what was your experience with Osho?
This is about 1995, and I was making a video about different deities around the world. And so I had a partner, Patrick, he's been on the show, Patrick Lacroix, who danced many of the different orishas. I was studying all about them. And so I wanted to dance Oshun. And so using all my knowledge that I gained in India, living with Sitara, I was doing my best to embody Oshun, and for getting deeply into it, I was wearing gold. Gold is her color. So I was dressed for like a week in gold, so I could feel that vibration. And I was in New York City walking in Central Park. And this man, he was sitting on a bench and I'm walking by, and he just looked up and he went, Oshun.
Wow.
So that was an amazing experience.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a beautiful song, by the way. And the two of you are just lovely together. The harmonies, the frequencies that you carry are very beautiful.
And it was soothing as well. Dawn and Mary. Dawn, thank you for putting the effects on halfway down. We didn't want to disturb you. Always remember to put that on so that Zoom can recognize that. So don't stay around. Shivani was to reply you with another godly, just a couple of minutes number. Shivani, you prepared something? Go ahead and sing if you are ready right now. And Alexandra, thank you wonderful for bringing back Dawn again. She brings Shivani. You prepared a couple of antras for a song or a bhajan, have you?
Yeah, I've prepared a song, but it's from the movie.
Yes, but you are not playing any backing tracks or movie song, are you?
I am.
No, you can't play copyright on
Oh.
international platforms. Sing
Okay.
without any music. Go ahead.
Okay.
Even one antra will be fine.
Can I take 2 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll come back to you in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay? Superb. So, Sharon, I love that experience that you faced that somebody actually recognized.
It was amazing experience, really.
It's so nice that when you're in a public or impromptu doing, and then people recognize, and if it's not globally known, but suddenly few sector knows it, and suddenly somebody recognizes it, it feels so beautiful. And I love the comment straight away as Dawn opened her mouth, and straight away you come in and say, I want to discuss about my experience. So it's so wonderful that live on here, Dawn, Sharon knows what you feel like and actually have the experience with ocean. Alexandra, you always love and you always talk about Mary and her outreach and women empowerment and involvement. Did you feel the peace and harmony once again with Dawn and Mary?
Yes, they always bring me that special state of mind, and I just feel how connected we all are. Like, it's really amazing, for that inner space where the creativity flourishes, where it just like spreads all over the world, and it connects us on so many levels. I mean, there is like subconscious, conscious, like above consciousness level. It's amazing, just like water.
And also the thread of the bond between the mom and daughter. That, the mom allowed the daughter to come in and then she synced with it. Mary, you obviously feel proud of Dawn, don't you, Mary?
Yes, oh, what am I?
We're
Unmuted.
unmuted.
Okay. Yes, I love her very much. She's a very good friend. She's my best friend, and I respect and love her very much. Yes, when I was pregnant with her, I asked my mother, how should I raise her, and she said, raise her exactly the way that I raised you. So I was very close with my mother also. We had a very almost telepathic relationship together. So I raised Dawn in the respect that she was my best friend, would be my best friend.
And how well you have raised Mary. The energy that you are rubbing onto her, the bondship of a friendship. When you have friend within your offsprings or siblings or your relatives or your partners or your friends, then the harmony starts, because the stress starts from home. But if home is a peaceful environment, the home can spread outside. So stay around. Shivani, I think, is ready. She has got an alternative because she loved you bringing that. So Shivani, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm singing Ganesha's bhajan. So here it goes. Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Ganapati Bappa Moria. Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Ganapati Bappa Moria. Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Ganapati Bappa Moria. Shri Ganaraya, Jai Ganaraya, Ganapati Bappa Moria. सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता, सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता, सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदाता, गणपति बप्पा मोरिया. सिद्धि विनायक मंगलदायक गणपति बप्पा मोरिया. श्री गणराजा, जय गणराजा, गणपति बप्पा मोरिया. श्री गणराया, जय गणराया, श्री गणराया, जय गणराया, गणपति बप्पा मोरिया.
Wow, Shivani. How's good? You don't need music. Don't use music in future. Because when you can sing without music and hold the sur, then that's a sign of somebody who is practicing. And Lata was so keen that she wanted this coming out today, although you were not scheduled, she wanted to slot you in. And the good thing is, Shivani, not next week, but week after in Valentine, prepare a few numbers and we will actually make your flyer and include you in there, okay?
Sure, definitely. Is it with music? Sorry to ask.
You cannot use music on a platform if you're on international platform. Only if you're private.
Yeah.
And I just told you, you don't need music, so you get more credit because the music can maybe hide your sur. You don't need to hide your sur. It was so soothing. Alexandra closed her eyes and was feeling whatever she was. She didn't understood the word, but she loved the rhythm in which you held the sur. Dawn and Mary, you couldn't see because you were singing. Again, they were tranced. Even your own friend Lata, Her eyes were closed and she was perceiving Ganpati Bappa. And Ganesh is the start of any auspicious thing in the Hindu religion. They love that. Sharon knows it because when she went more than 50 years back to India, she learned all that. Sharon, what did you feel? There you are, look.
Yes.
So beautiful. And
That
Sharon,
was your voice and it's more than your voice, your presence. It was just so lovely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Really, really, honestly.
and she didn't need the music because the music would have overridden the velvetness, the soothingness of your voice. So for the Valentine special, lots of romantic messages, poem numbers. It's not next week, but the week after. Lata will give you my number tonight. You can just text to me, and then you will get a flyer and everything. And I want to ask Karin because and Don what they felt. Because Karin, you are in Argentina and maybe you didn't understand the lyrics, but how did the soothing velvet voice took you over?
It opened my heart. It's just like so soothing and it just uplifts you. And it doesn't matter what the words are, it means to bring you to a open state of love. That's what it took me to.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
much. Thank you.
It's worth extending, you know, when we're going always at Healing Our Earth, we have to extend by 1 to 3 hours. Dawn and Mary, both your eyes were closed and you were actually taking it all in. You started the spirituality just about 10, 15 minutes back, and Shivani continued from a different background with a different language. How did you two feel?
I immediately started to cry. I was just taken into a state of grace, and I just surrendered to that, and that was all. It was just so much grace. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I did hear you, but my internet was disconnected. But whatever you were singing, it was right. You know, I can feel that earth thing, very positive, very raw. It really touched me. Thank you so much. So it's what you sang, I continued.
So what we are going to do, Shivani, take a minute or two, bring another punchy but slightly upper tempo. Okay, let's increase the tempo. Don, you are going to do that with Mary as well, increase the tempo. Okay, our Lakshmi there sings that. So Lata, good that you brought Shivani and just prompted me that, look, she needs to be there. And Karin, do you sing or poem or hum at all?
Yes, I do.
And is it in Spanish, Espanol, or the Deutsch? I mean, you're from Sweden, so.
No, I have one that's called it's Ancient Mother, and I can sing it in English and I can sing it in Spanish.
So we want to hear the Spanish version, but no music because we are not
No
allowed.
music.
Yeah, because we are going on so many partner channels. We are not just on Zoom. Zoom, this is just private where the contributors are. We are actually out broadcasting on there. Español, muchas gracias.
Okay.
And maybe if you speak Spanish, then welcome our Spanish people who are listening.
Oh, Pachamama, tu voz me llama. Oh, Pachamama, escucho el son. Oh, Pachamama, escúchate reír. Oh, Pachamama, bebo el dolor. Oh, Pachamama, tu voz me llama. Oh, Pachamama, escucho el son. Oh, Pachamama, escúchate reír. Oh, Pachamama, bebo el dolor.
So beautiful that 3 different countries, 3 different culture, 3 different nationalities, albeit all women, because, you know, empower women, empower humanity. And so nice. So even for you on Valentine's special, the week after next, Karin, come, because at Healing Our Earth, we are not partial to any gender, caste, caste, religion. We just love harmony, unity for everything. Sharon, you've been observing, and generally you normally wave your body and your arms with every song that goes on, but I think you were immersed in listening to them. You, of course, like some mantras and because you've been into India. Did you feel good with what Dawn and Mary started and Shivani followed, and then Karin took over as well?
Of course. It's so beautiful from everyone. And Karen, my goodness, I had no idea. You have a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
I think, Sharon, let's do something. Sharon, Alexandra, let's extend I'm okay extending more 15 minutes. Let's go back to Dawn, if they're ready, Dawn and Mary. Another humming. I love the hummings and, the mantra types. And Sharon is saying something.
How would you like to hear some ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic singing?
So keep it ready. Let's go for it. If it's ready, yeah, we go for it. Doesn't matter if we are 5 minutes over or so. Shivani, keep something else ready, upper tempo. Dawn, Mary, if we can increase the tempo, go for it. Karin, we're not going to let you go because there was also English left from you. Let's go. It's all yours. From America to Argentina to London and UK over here. Let's keep it rolling for at least next 15 minutes. Dawn, if you and Mary are ready, just put your hand up.
So that was like the most upbeat that we did. So we have to perform right now. That was like upbeat for us. We're
Go
like
ahead.
more.
Go ahead. Any tempo will do.
Wait, we're going now. I thought Sharon is going.
Sharon is getting it ready. Sharon, are you ready? Yeah,
Give
she's
me a
getting
moment.
it ready. You carry on.
Get it ready too.
Okay, fine. So Shivani, you are ready, Shivani? Go ahead, Shivani, you are ready. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Now I'll come to Shiva.
Yeah.
So first Ganesha, then Shiva. We have Parvati. So I have plenty if you want to go for.
And Shiva is favorite for Judith in USA, New Jersey there. She
Oh.
just loves Shiva. So maybe we'll ask her to just put the sound on. She's outside, so she can put the video on. So Shivani, you hit the Shiva, and then Judith will even maybe hit the Shiva to us. Go ahead, Shivani.
बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय 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 बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय झूठ जटा में गंगा धारी झूठ जटा में गंगा धारी त्रिशूल धारी ढमरू बजावे त्रिशूल धारी ढमरू बजावे ढम 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 ढमरू बजावे ढम 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 ढमरू बजावे गूंज उठा ओम नमः शिवाय गूंज उठा ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय 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 झूठ जटा में गंगा धारी त्रिशूल धारी डमरू बजावे त्रिशूल धारी ढमरू बजावे ढम 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 ढमरू बजावे ढम 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 ढमरू बजावे गूंज उठा ओम नमः शिवाय गूंज उठा ओम नमः बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय बोलो बोलो सब मिले बोलो ओम नमः शिवाय.
Beautiful, Shivani. You invoke Shiva in everybody over there. And it's so beautiful. A couple of people made a comment on the social media that you are singing very, very well. So look, you don't need music, okay? In fact, you are better without music simply because you were able to hold the scale and the sur was completely there. You created the layer of your own with your own clicks, you know. Very well done. It was beautiful. And stay around and let's listen because Dawn will be ready. Karine has got an English. Sharon, are you ready with your music? Yeah, you can unmute yourself, Sharon. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Can you hear this?
Yes, we can.
So can you hear it while I'm singing?
Yes, it is picking both up. So just be gentle on it. It will pick both up.
Okay, this is called a sistrum. This is an ancient Egyptian magical instrument device. It was originally it had 4 bars. In my research, what I found out, it had 4 bars, and each was tuned to a different element. They actually knew the sounds of the elements. So this was used for protection, for offering, and more. So I'm just going to sing you a little bit of upbeat. What I'm singing. So what I did was reconstruct the music and dance and rituals of the goddess temples of Egypt from the hieroglyphs. At that point, I was teaching embodied kirtan. So because I had noticed when I came back to the US, etc., that all these people were singing kirtan, but they had no idea what they were singing or who they were singing to or anything. So I decided that I was going to sing a kirtan, for Shiva or Durga, and then we take the poses and do the movements so they would feel that embodiment. And then I met a scribe, John Nichols, who read and wrote hieroglyphs. And so he started giving me prayers from the text, the ancient texts, and then I put them to music. So just this is a little upbeat piece. We'll see if it'll go with I can sing. It means, we offer everything good and pure, that which the sky brings, that which the earth creates, anything a netter. Netter is I guess you would call them the gods of Egypt, Isis, Hathor, Osiris, everybody. If you know, there's 9 of them. And netter also is related to the word nature. So, this is of course like our da din din da. This is the way you speak. The doom tek tek is how you speak the rhythms in Egypt. Okay, doom tek tek doom tek doom tek tek doom tek. Unek ek abu nebu neferu ab jedek pet kemaeta angeta pa anget netur sene his to hete ru sene his to hete ru sene his to hete ru arisa khamsa arisa khamsa arisa khamsa arisa khamsa arisa 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 sa 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 arisa 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 sa 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 tenuen keperu net nedem saenon kenuen keperu net nedem saenon arisa khamsa arisa khamsa Ari sechem sa, Ari sechem sa. So the last part, Ari means to create and bring forth. And as sechem means the power of protection, or also it means kind of like the Kundalini Shakti. And yeah, so we're, when I'm singing, Ari sa, Ari sa, Ari, sa, 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 that is protection in all the directions. We do 6 actually. And then Henuen Keperu, that means great goddess of transformation, fill us with the magical elixir of life, the Sa and Ankh.
So wonderful. Again,
doing this because it all has mudras and etc., which I wasn't doing now. But what I did was I went to the Metropolitan Museum in New York, where they have incredible Egyptian exhibit. And I'm looking at all the paintings, and what am I seeing? I'm seeing the same symbols of India, the lotus flower, the rising Kundalini. It was all of my training with the Natya Shastra and the texts of India prepared me to be able to do this kind of work where I look at all the cultures and see the correspondences and show how we all are one humanity.
So Sharon, you are a true example of unity of faiths. You take all the different kind of cultures and you bring it into one. And I think we are still excited and waiting when your new production that comes out, which will have a mixture of cultures. And you brought it here today as well. So we enjoyed, you saw Alexandra posting love hearts, Shivani posting love hearts as well. And both of them really enjoyed. So it was so good. Karine was just mesmerized and say, wait till I hit you with my English one as well. So, we got the culture and the journey going. So well done, Sharon. It's a completely different style, and yet it got on everybody tapping into it. So I think let's listen to Dawn now, then we'll go to Karine, and then we'll formally close off today. We're well overrunning, but that's what we do at Healing Our Earth. So Dawn and Mary, bring the love, unity, and harmony that you always do.
So we're singing an old traditional Lakota song. Heyamayo is called, it means actually to be here now. Okay? Heyamayo wana hene yo, heyamayo wana hene yo. Heyamayo wana hene yo, heyamayo wana hene yo. Wahiyana, hey, 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 yo. Wahi, hey, 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 yo. Wahi, hey, amayo wana hene yo, hey, amayo wana hene yo. Hey, amayo wana hene yo, hey, amayo wana hene yo. Wahiyana, hey, 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 yo. Wahi, hey, 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 yo. Wahi, hey, amayo wana hene yo, hey, amayo wana hene yo. Hey, amayo wana hene yo, hey, amayo
wahi. Hey amayo wana hey neyo. 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 Wahiyana. Hey, 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 yo. Wahi. Hey, 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 yo.
So beautiful again. So the journey carries on, doesn't it, Sharon? You took us to Egypt.
We
Here
have
we are, different style, different culture. It's so beautiful.
That was really, really, really beautiful. We have a lot of Native Americans, teachers and elders in this area. This was Crestone, where I live, was a healing center for many tribes. They would come
Yes.
and no fighting, just all healing. But I have never heard them sing with harmony like that. And the harmonies that you created were so lovely.
And that's the bit that was resonating, in our mind. I think it brought some tears in Alexandra's eyes. Alexandra, you found it very emotional and you felt it, didn't you?
Yes. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that Mary and don't know, but I'm friends with one Lakota, John Gozen Center.
We know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we went to La Jolla, to Torrey Pines in California, and we sat over the cliff, and that's what he was chanting and drumming, and I mean it was amazing.
It's so beautiful that all of us feel in
How you
tandem.
connected, and it's like amazing.
And it's so nice that, look, there is no boundaries. Sometimes you don't have to understand the lyrics. It's the fact that when you listen to the people who are singing and the energy that they emit in this personification, because we are attributing life to inanimate object. A Zoom is actually an inanimate object. And yet we are able to transmit our energy to each other, and we can actually feel what's going on. So, Karim, you've got some English lined up as well. So hit us.
Okay, I'll do the English version of the same one. So now you'll get the translation. And it's one that maybe all of you have heard before, and you're welcome to join because it's a loop that keeps coming back on and on. So whenever you feel confident and you want to join, please do.
Beautiful.
Ancient Mother, I hear you calling. Ancient Mother, I hear your voice. Ancient Mother, I hear you laughing. Ancient Mother, I taste your tears. Ancient Mother, I hear you calling. Ancient Mother, I hear your voice. Ancient Mother, I hear you laughing. Ancient Mother, I taste your tears. Ancient Mother, I hear your calling. Ancient Mother, I hear your voice. Ancient Mother, I hear everything. Ancient mother, I taste your tears.
How beautiful. How wonderful, as you say that, look, we can now even understand in the English version as well. And it's so beautiful. You know, all of you, we want all of you in the Valentine episode as well, because in different parts, in different culture, in a different way, people celebrate. It's not just for lovers between opposite sex. It's a love of the family, sibling, offsprings, everything. We celebrate that. So it'll be very nice. And Karin, I think in Argentina, you are 3 hours behind United Kingdom time. So you're about 4:40 down there at the moment.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And Don, which country are you? Which state or country are you in?
We're in Mississippi, Jackson.
Okay, so you are in America. So I believe you are about 6 hours behind us. Are you?
Yes. 6
Yes.
hours.
So maybe, Karin, you don't have to wait to the last USA hour. You can come a bit earlier. Shivani, you will have actual official slots, so there will be a flyer for you. Then you can stay around and keep on coming and going in there. Dawn, again, you guys can come in. You can come just before Sharon. Sharon, you stay on. Let's on Valentine bring multicultural. Normally we get a lot of Indian Bollywood music and everything because it's so popular that people love it. But we will love every different kind of culture and a song. I think it will be so nice to have that.
I have a really cool idea. If Karen can come, she could teach us the healing sound for the heart.
Yeah, it will form part of the thing. So at Valentine, we allow Valentine cooking, poem, story, proposal, love, harmony, singing, basically to spread love, and love has got different connotation, meaning, and a perception from different nationalities. So let's go and share that. And I will just quickly share and tell you what's happening the next few episodes, so you can start preparing accordingly. So next week is integrated health, where we discuss about transforming healthcare. We allow different kind of healthcare which may not be part of the mainstream, and how we can integrate things and matters and all the knowledge so that we bring a better, healthy world. This is the one we're talking about just now, Valentine's special, 16th, because it's a Sunday on the 16th. Of course, Valentine is on the 14th, but this is the nearest Sunday. Dedicate a song, poem, message to your loved ones. If you are even dancing to your loved ones, if you're cooking something for your loved one, Karin, as Sharon said, bring nice healing matter to the heart, because Valentine is to do with the heart as well. And it could be you dedicating to your sister, brother, lover, husband, wife, whoever it is, for even if it's your pet animal, they need love as well. So let's bring that special. This is what Keith Sharp said, and Sharon, he will be in touch with you for your section. It's filling, nearly 4 hours are already filled up with different people in a different country. Taishi and Qigong, where they bring harmony of Asian health cultures. So that will be beautiful. And a week after that, again, will be yoga and meditation. So a month from now, for body, mind, and soul. And then we go to International Women's Day Special, which is where Sharon first joined several years back, and then became a host, then became a coordinator, and became an anchor. Empowering women is empowering humanity. So that's on 9th of March. And there are various episodes. Whatever you want to know, you can go on Healing Our Earth, and you can know what's going on in the future. Well, we are very much overrun. We all need to shoot off now. So Sharon, if you could thank everybody officially, and Gayatri Mantra, you and Shivani can both do something with Gayatri Mantra, and we can just close off. Over to you, Sharon. You need to unmute, Sharon. You're muted. Unmute, please. Yeah. You're unmuted
I
now.
was going to close, but Shivani is here with that exquisite voice, so I'll let her do that. But I want to tell you all that it's been such a joy to be with you today on and learning about yoga, meditation, qigong, and so much more, and the beauty of all your voices. So I look forward to more, and I turned it over to Shivani for the Gayatri mantra.
Well, Shivani, hit us with a nice, your style of Gayatri mantra, and then we are closed. You can unmute yourself, and off you go, Shivani.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ